All right,
Mate, Dad,
let's get going.
it's just a crock.
Welcome, everybody. These from
I was going to say, who is it? We don't know.
Packet. So this is the long-term plan briefing. September 21st, September 2023. First on the agenda is Dargaville Community Development Board CCTV project, which is presented by Sue Curtis. Welcome, Sue. And following that, the LTP financial strategy, Sue Davidson. But anyway, Sue Curtis, thank you.
I am Sue Curtis from the Dargaville Community Development Board. We've had the CCTV project running for 5 years now. So I'm just going to run through a very quick presentation, which most of I'll leave for you to read at a later point. But I'll just pick out a few bits that I think are quite important. Okay, so the CCTV project was put into place by the DCDB to prevent and deter crime within Dargaville. We talked to other Northland towns. We raised over $100,000 to have it all put into place as stage one. You'll see there's funders there. We have 37 cameras within the central Dargaville area at the moment, and that's at 9 different locations. Some anecdotal facts from the police. They found it really proactive for their work. They've been able to track a lot of people, catch them in the act of committing the crime, but they will be able to track them through town, because they either, if they're out of town, they either come here and fill up their car first and then go and commit the crime, or they fill up their car afterwards. And petrol stations is one of our high priority areas. They've actually even caught a murder suspect who travelled from Auckland through Dargaville, so using our licence plate recognition cameras. And there is a push to have all of Northland working on the same system or connecting in some way, so that the police can actually track them through Northland rather than just through different areas. There's a very quick demonstration of how it works. It's a line of sight system. So if we actually do have cameras at Ruawai that were purchased by the Ruawai community down there, but to get the information back to Dargaville, we need line of sight, which we don't have yet. And the idea is that we will get this happening with all communities as we build the project. So the benefits of having the targeted rate, so I'll sort of talk to this side. The benefits of having the targeted rate is that it's protecting, the targeted rate covers the ongoing costs and maintenance. So it's not about purchasing cameras or anything like that. We're still getting funding from external funders for that. It's to future-proof the system so that as we add more stages to it, the LTP funding's still there, is already in place, so that as we build in stage 2, once we've got the funding, then we don't have to come back to you and say, hey, look, we've got stage 2 now, let's add some more targeted rate to it. So we've built the stage 2 into the long-term, into the targeted rate that we've already set with you. We have quite a few different organisations and businesses throughout Dargaville who have contributed to it to get stage 1 up and running. And the last one is just to show you, this is the targeted rate area. So it's a vast area, and at the moment we only have cameras in Dargaville Township. The reason for that is mainly because everybody in that area comes to Dargaville for something. So by starting with Dargaville, we'll be building out and including the smaller communities as we get the funding for it. No, I have skipped through that rather quickly, but I know that I've only got 5 minutes and I know I'm sure you'll have some questions.
Any questions of Sue? Ash?
Ash,
A couple of questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, you mentioned that all those things were anecdotal. I thought that would be given to you by the police.
to get statistics from the police, it takes up to 6 months. And
So,
their information is very, they're actually quite private about it. They like to keep it, they don't want to be able to say, well, we've caught this many criminals and that sort of thing. But by talking to Reuben Cohen at the police station, who's our liaison, they don't know how they could do the job without it.
no, we actually, sorry, I had a second question, Pira. We actually went there. We were lucky, Pira and I went and Mayor went and all. So I'm quite impressed with that. And I think there was a letter given to us as well by the police showing the need for it. So my second question is relating to this targeted rate area. So do you mean to say that these are the people living in this area will be targeted, or the whole, who
Only-
will pay $9 per year per rateable unit?
In this area, the blue area,
They will be targeted.
yeah.
Why not the others?
Because we saw that this community is, comes to Dargaville. They are supported by Dargaville. It's a very rural community. And Dargaville is the hub where they come to for whatever they need.
Thank you.
And when we start expanding on the network further, we'll be going to those little communities like Glink Scully and Bailey's Beach, including those in the project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Sue, for the presentation. You've covered off quite a bit of the advantages to the police, given that you're part of the Dargaville Community Development Trust. Can you maybe speak to us about some of the anecdotal evidence you have around the business confidence in Dargaville from once the CCTV was established?
When we first put in stage one, the people who parked their cars in Paranga Street car park at the back by the river actually came to us and said, we think something needs to be done here, we'll help you pay for it. And before we got the targeted rate, we actually went around all the businesses in Dargaville and said, until we get the targeted rate, can you help contribute to the ongoing costs? And there was probably about 50 businesses that did that. So they're really keen to have it here. They're very aware of how it's helping. There are still some that won't contribute because they have cameras in their shop, but that's totally up to them. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, exactly. Just, I'm sorry, one extra question. Is that okay?
Sure.
Is there any way for the targeted rate to maybe have a different, sorry, this is a question of the staff. So I'll just divert it. It's still around. Oh, there we go. Is there a way to have a gradable differentiation between business and private? So that the business owners pay a little bit more than, I mean, I'm happy to pay 17 cents. Is there any?
And we can talk about that when we get to
Cool.
to the voting system, but
That's all we have.
we certainly have got out consultation saying this particular rate that the commercial would need to.
Okay, councillor Larson.
Thank you. Thanks for this ongoing work. It's really amazing. And I remember when it first started as an idea, it's great to see it being implemented. My question is, the revenue that's being raised from the rate, is that enough for what you are wanting to achieve at the moment? Is it?
At the moment it is, yeah. What we're doing is also covering insurance, because every camera that gets damaged, and by the way, none of them have been damaged because we don't even know where they are, most of them. So we have to look at self-insurance as well, because if we went to an insurance company and said, let's take out a policy to cover all our cameras, every single camera that was vandalised or damaged in that way would be a new excess. So we're basically building a self-covering thing as well. But as I say, none of the cameras have been vandalised. Most people don't even know where they are. I've had business people come up to me and say, I've walked around the streets and I can't tell where they are. So where are they? And I said, well, no, they're there. Just they are there. Be aware that they're there, and we're doing what we can to grow the project.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Lambeth.
Thanks, Sue. As you're well aware, I'm a long-time supporter of this. Have many of the businesses in town taken up ideas of environmental design for crime prevention, i.e. have they put in extra lighting and the like, and has that proven successful?
As far as I'm aware, they haven't done it as a group. There may be one or two businesses that have done it on their own bat. It is something that I think we need to look at as a project in the future. A good example of that is what's been happening at the Empire Liquor Store. I think they need to reconfigure their store a little bit so that their point of sale's closer to the front door. But that's a totally different subject. But it is something that we could look at in the future as part of the CCTV project. And then it becomes more of a safety security project rather than just the police watching and convicting from there or getting evidence from there.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a clarification. When we went there, obviously the reason we want all that is to look after the Selwyn Park area as well. And you did mention that it can be done, but in your presentation, you haven't talked about it at all.
No, Selwyn Park is in stage 2. I've got quotes coming in from 2 different companies to have that included in our next stage. Our biggest problem is at the moment is funding. Because of COVID and a lot of the money comes from pokie machines that we apply for funding from, or the lotteries. And with COVID, they've sort of haven't got the revenue. They've got twice as many people asking for funding. So we're actually finding it quite difficult to get the funding for the next stage. But we'll be doing that again as soon as I've got all the quotes in. I try every 6 months at least to get going again.
So just in relation to timing of stage 2 and the implementation of the targeted rate, I think that just for us from a strategic perspective, it would be better for us to the value for money if our ratepayers are paying, then stage 2, because stage 2, in my view, is more about the community safety, the wider community safety, and not just the business owners.
Well, it is all about community safety. It's the community it is a community project. The fact that the cameras have been placed in the business area is more around what the police have asked for. When we first undertook this, they did an analysis of crime in the area, and most of it goes through the main streets.
Yeah, but there's heaps happening at, Selwyn Park, and cameras aren't really situated more in the community sort of areas.
We've got, in stage 2, we've got Selwyn Park, the museum or Harding Park, and Sportsville. So we've included 3 community areas in there.
Okay, thank you very much, Sue. I just want to make a comment because you kindly showed us through camera system several weeks ago, and I was very impressed. Thought the privacy was protected as well. That was clear rules around that, which is always a concern to people, but definitely helps with the policing and keeping the community here a lot safer. So it's a great initiative. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll move on to LTP financial strategy. Sue Davidson to present this item, please.
You doing the first bit? I'll just do.
Good morning. We're back for our next round of long-term plan. Going through. Okay. So just orientate you, we're still in our May to September staging where we're coming through the activities and working out what you actually want to achieve in this long-term plan. But we're just starting to verge across into the October to March section. Today we have the stragglers of the activities. We've got a few last parts inside of district licensing, its name, open spaces and the district planning sections. Those will come to you later today, just at the end of the session. But we thought today we would focus on financial. So this is where all the things that are coming into you, how you bring your money into the council. So I'll just need to move that over a little.
Excuse me, can you be a bit louder? I can't hear.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we're just working down today. We're doing the last of the, there's one more session of activities. So you can see in the Civ just here, but you're starting into the financial strategy, budgeting, funding and rating options in the next Civ down. And that's where we pass you over to Sue and Christine Toms, but I'll just, any questions on the process you're in at the moment? Timelines. Good. So I can pass you to Sue. Go to the next slide.
Oh, do I? Okay. Click through for me. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about the financial strategy. I'm just going to move Mark, I think, over here somewhere, so I can. Okay, so this is the first time the council's been involved with this, and it's part of the LTP. And the purpose is basically to make sure, to tell the community how we're taking prudent financial management of the money going forward, and also what we're emphasising on proposing for the funding, money coming in, and also the expenditure, and also then talk about rates, debt and investment. And we've got to be able to describe in a funding strategy what are the significant impacts. And those are obviously the growth, the expected capital expenditure, the levels of service that you want, and then obviously what happens to rates, debt as a result of all that. So today we won't get into the detail of exactly what's going to happen to the rates or the debt, but what I do want to get you to tell me is where you want to spend it, where you see the priorities are for expenditure, and also to have some sort of recognition about what that might mean for our communities, and then working through the revenue and financing, how we might fund that and what the changes are. Okay. Okay, so you can take for granted we're currently in a really good financial position. We've got, although we've got a lot of projects we haven't finished, we've got money in the bank and our debt is still, has been consistent. At the moment, we haven't had to borrow more. But obviously, I've told you in the long-term plan, if we finish our projects, then our debt will go up. And some of the projects are not just water projects, that there are other projects as well that attract debt. So, and obviously as a council over the next few years, we want to be able to continue paying our business as usual expenses with everyday revenue, unless you tell me differently, that you want me to be funding operating expenditure out of debt. But I'm making that assumption going forward. that we basically will be paying for our everyday costs out of our either rates or the revenue we raise. Okay. So what I've got there is some of the things that we really have to think about. It's going to affect, that I'm going to put in the financial strategy. This is some of the things that basically we have to take into consideration. And one is the transfer of water services to NTTA. So we're not going to, that's not going to be consulted on. There'll be no water service in our LTP. But what it does do for us, and what you need to understand, is we could have stranded overheads. Because at the moment, previously, they've been absorbed by Three Waters, and now they're going to need to be absorbed by the other council's activities. So we've looked, I looked at what the overheads were being allocated to Three Waters, and that's about $1 million. So you're talking about, in today's, against our current rates, is 2% just because of stranded overheads. So other overheads that are having to be allocated. Now, what we're just about to start this next week is looking at those overheads and looking at which ones we can reduce, because we will be able to reduce, like Microsoft, they charge on how many licenses you have. So if we've got 8 less people, that's 8 less licenses. But there's a whole lot of software that you just buy as one package, and we won't be able to reduce. So we've got Asset Finder that we use for Three Waters and also use for our parks. But it means all the cost of Asset Finder is suddenly going to be on our current ratepayers, not on water ratepayers, those that take water. So, and what Three Waters has said is that they will look at giving us some money to go against these so-called stranded overheads. So the first step is actually trying to work out what are the overheads I think will be stranded, so the additional overheads. Okay, so we're talking potentially up to 2% just as a result of water going to another entity, and we'll have those overheads. And obviously we'll be looking at them really closely, and that'll be something we have to bring back to you to say, hey, this is how we've been able to reduce them, this is what we think is stranded, and this is what the DIA has agreed that we'll be able to claim back from them for the next 2 years. But after 2 years, then it's going to be an even greater burden on our ratepayers. So just so you understand.
Councillor Howard.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Sue, can you give us insights into other more significant stranded overheads that we might have to consider? You've given the Microsoft example.
No, not at the moment, because I haven't looked at them myself.
Okay.
Okay, so we're looking at them starting next week. I've got someone looking at our overheads in depth.
Yep.
So the next meeting, I should be able to give you a much better idea of what makes up the overheads.
So it is possible on that basis that the $1 million that you're looking at the moment could increase.
I don't think it'll increase, but I don't know how much. It should decrease, but I don't know by how much.
Okay.
The worst case scenario is probably 2% on our current rates as they stand. Obviously, we're looking at staffing, and we've got Morrison Low looking at what an appropriate level there is. So, and that'll come back to you through the CE. And then at the same time, we've got a growth in population and households. So, and we've got the impact of the new motorway, so more Aucklanders wanting to Kaipara, and also the emphasis on growth from this council. So we've got to take that into account, and that'll be taken into account by looking at our building consents. We brought it to you before. You've seen the levels that we're putting in, and I can see that I've got a question there, so I'll come to you, Mark. So we've taken that into account in our resource consents and our building consents. But in the first year, there's no real impact because we've said we're basically going at the same level or slightly less, and it's going to take a couple of years before we see ramping up. So that was the presentation that both Alistair and Lloyd gave to you. So you'll see that coming through
Well done, Sue. Well spotted. You might be muted there, Mark.
Oh, actually, everything went blank for a minute at your end, not mine. So I didn't realise I was being invited. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was, and I may have missed it in your presentation, so like on the other hand, our debt servicing costs should reduce accordingly at the same time, shouldn't they?
Yes, but that's associated with the revenue that's going as well. So what I'm identifying to you is there's some costs associated with the revenue that we currently have that's not going. So there'll be an extra, there's likely to be an extra cost. And we will I think as part of the revenue and financing policy, or it might be late, one of the things that you have to look at is where does this council want to go with, in fact, it's part of this, where does this council want to go with rates? Because given the impact of, say, roading, if you want to put a lot of money into roading to fix these roads and get us increase the level of service, then how much extra are you willing to put in, as opposed to knowing that, and when we know at the moment that it's likely there's going to be a reduction in our water, and their finance plan is not going to be made available to councils until November, I understand. So we won't know what the drop in the charges are for water until November. How much of that are we willing to increase our rates? So there could be an offset, or there could be not. You could say no. You've got to think through the affordability.
But back to my question, what I was getting at is that, as far as I understand it, and as you have said, the bulk of our debt will go out the door with the transfer of the water assets to the new entity. So something, it's not just a pro rata thing, like if we, in terms of the value of the debt and the value of the assets, it's a disproportionate amount of debt that we're losing, so that theoretically, from that point of view, surely we would be better off.
No,
Yes?
so no, you're not. So what happens is they're taking our income. So at the moment, you've got income, less overheads, less debt equals, or basically less the activity costs or balances. So they're taking all the revenue, they're taking all the debt costs, but they're leaving us with the overheads.
Aren't they also taking?
Excuse me, I've got three people lined up. There's Larson, Lambert, and then yourself. Thank you.
Okay.
So, have you finished, Mark, there?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I know we could get into all the semantics of this, Sue, but there is an election in 3 weeks or so, which on polling looks like there could be a change of government, and the opposition have said that they will repeal and replace the Three Waters legislation. Could we not just tie ho on having this conversation in too much detail until we get past that point, because this could all completely change, couldn't it?
So through the chair, what's occurring is, yes, it could potentially change, but we wouldn't, at the moment, the legislation says you have to do a financial strategy without Three Waters. And if we don't go far enough ahead, we won't get our LTP adopted in time, because they've got 12 weeks to change any legislation, and there'll be a process for that. So, and my understanding is, I think it's the governance part that's the issue, not the fact that water needs to be funded a different way.
Yeah, so it's a possibility that it will still proceed on this basis for the different governance operational structure, maybe.
Yeah, we don't know, but we've got to do with what the law says now, so that we know that we can meet the long-term plan schedule, the timings that are required, statutory timings. And if the government changes, we can then say, look, we need more time, or we'll look at a different, to change our figures.
So there are quite a lot of what ifs.
Yeah.
In the very near future, we don't need to try and nail every detail right now.
We don't. But what I am saying is if it does go ahead, which is what the legislation is at the moment, there could be more overheads. And so we've got to be aware of that. You've got a growth in population, but there'll be revenue coming in and everything else. Sorry, who else?
Councillor Lambeth next.
Yeah, it's probably already been covered, but you spoke about different contracts and assets, but what about staff roles? Because some of them have specific roles. I'm not going to name the person, but one who overlooks all consenting processes for septic. Yet he's in the building team. So do they move across? And I'm sure you've considered all this.
Yeah, we still have some monitoring operations under the new Act that doesn't transfer. It's only the water, and it's only the water staff, like, the ones that are looking after our treatment plants and reticulation that will be moving.
And those general purpose staff who do numerous roles, that's going to be a loss, isn't it? Because it's going to be doubling up or...
That's Morrison Low, and I'm not going to talk.
Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, if you don't mind. Add to that though, with the staffing component, there's been a lot of work in the background with Entity A on our staffing, and there's this massive big process behind it all. So there's legislative guaranteed roles that transfer across to the entity. There's preferential roles. There's a whole HR component behind all of that, so that our staff understand where they're going and what happens to them through this process. So that's underway, and it's quite a big involved process right now with the NTA.
Thank you, Councillor Panera.
Thank you. Yeah, so Jason's just covered off one of the points I was going to make. And all of this, we are transferring staff over to the entity. So when you talk about loss of revenue, we should potentially have a reduction in staff transferring over. So that should again balance itself out in terms of affordability of ratepayers. When we talk about, oh, should we increase the rates? Well, the ratepayers are also taxpayers, and they're actually going to have to pay more in taxes towards this new scheme. So I don't I think, yeah, that we should try not to increase the rates when they're already having to pay on the other side of the coin. Yeah, that's sort of all I wanted to say.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, the third point was the government. We've got a job to do here. My understanding is that they are going to amend it, but there's still, this is still going to happen. And it's going to take weeks to form a new coalition. They can't, there's a million things that they have to do. They need to get sworn in. They can't go repealing legislation first thing off the bat. We're looking at a year at the least. So I think we just need to press on with what we need to be doing, and yeah, leave it up to when it happens, and then we recalibrate then.
Okay. Affordability, so cost of living crisis affecting the householders. So, you know, councils have got to be aware of that, obviously. We know there's major cost increases affecting the council roading. And we know there's going to be increased weather events, rain and drought, that we have to provide for. And we've been really fortunate in this financial year that Waka Kotahi has reimbursed 100% of the cost, although in this financial year it's down to 82%, but at least it's quite a lot of the cost, and we've been able to fund the rest of it without going into debt. Then the issue that you won't be all aware of is continuing to fully fund depreciation to ensure the affordability of renewables. So we may have to review that and stagger that, and that'll be something we'll talk to you about, because over the past 3 years, we've done a lot of capital expenditure. The projects, it's only in this financial year, they've been, or in this last financial year, that about $45 million, maybe even more than that, of projects has actually transferred from work in progress to our capital fixed assets, and therefore attracting depreciation. So I was told yesterday that the depreciation, annual depreciation, had increased 2 million with water. I don't know what it was like without water. I haven't had those figures yet for this annual report. So that if we were to impose and do things the same as we have been, there might be a cost there coming up. But we don't have to fund 100%, and we may be able to stagger. So that's something that we'll be considering as we go. Once we know what the total costs are, that'll be one of the tools we might use to stagger the rates, the increase in the rates.
So Howard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sue, I think that we could get bogged down in a lot of detail and conjecture about what happens with government or elections and things like that. But are you not really saying here what are our priorities? You know, to try to identify a couple of priorities that we feel are critical.
Next slide.
There you go. Sorry.
Just
Participation.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask one question myself too. So, we're doing an LTP light, okay? So, what are the advantages and disadvantages of that to council?
The big advantage is not having a $200,000 to $300,000 charge from Audit New Zealand, and also we wouldn't be able to agree on with Audit as to how much it was going to cost to repair some of the damage that's been done, because it's going to take us another year for some issues we've got. Devich Bridge, you know, they're working on that, but it's going to take a long time before we actually get exact costings.
Right.
So the LTP light doesn't mean light on costs, apart from Audit. Everything else is the same. But the reason that the government has given us that is that they can see that our figures won't be correct as with regards to repairs and maintenance, with regards to what we're putting into renewals, because we don't know at the moment what the figures look like. Yes, we've got some estimates, but they're really broad at the moment. So that's why they've given us the TP light.
I thought it was good to clarify that with members. Thank you.
Can I just leave it in there, Mr. Mayor, if I could? It's a good idea to do this for that reason, but there are some other benefits for that, and that is that normally you go through a process where you have your consultation document audited, so you would have to agree by December to do that. It allows us to be a bit more flexible in that space. So if the government if any new government or change of government comes in and changes the rules, whatever timeframe that is, we're actually more flexible as a result of that. So I know, for example, that WDC are really worried about this aspect because they are not going for the light option, and Auckland Council are very worried about it as well because of that uncertainty. So it does make us a little bit more agile as well. So just wanted to add that point.
Thank you. Councillor Nair?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, I put a question in like this, and I was, it would be nice for elected members to know the other scenario whereby the 3 waters stay with us as it is, and what is our capacity, or as you mentioned, the capability to borrow, which is 170% of the revenue. And I think we are probably at the peak at the moment. If you look at 40 millions and the debt level in all. So looking forward to all those projects we are talking about, are we capable enough to raise that money?
So our debt capacity, we're well below our debt capacity. We're probably, I think it might be something like 120, way up, about 100 to 120 million that we could, the banks, LGFA, would allow us to borrow from them. Yeah.
I'm saying about this, you mentioned 170% of the revenue you can go for. I think in one of the documents you mentioned about it. So if our debt level is 40 million, we can go only up to 68 million. Very simple as that, right?
Yes.
So anyway, you can come back on this later because I'm more concerned about 3 waters doesn't happen because that's the intention.
Yes.
Are we capable enough in that stage? Looks like we are not.
Yes.
Because we have so many projects, yeah.
Through the chair, if 3 waters goes ahead, then our debt level would, we could go up to 60 million. So but the 44 million we've got at the moment will be repaid. And there might be a few million, depending on what assets we have funded, like pensioner housing. I know some of that's funded through debt. So there might be some debt funding we have, but it's very minor. So we could go up to 60 million, but there's cost on that because interest cost.
Sorry, so you're not getting the question. I think maybe I'm not able to explain. I'm saying if it doesn't happen, if the assets stay with us, we get no money, the government, which has happened, that they pulled off all those better off packages. And now the government, the likelihood is on the other side that we will not have 3 wards. I'm asking you, we have so many projects in the offline, we have so many developments happening. Are we within our capability to borrow for those money? Not that the banks are happy to lend, because we will be defaulting over 170%.
So at the annual plan, you put in a whole lot of projects and I told you at the time, our debt would go up and yes, we have the capacity to borrow and all the figures were, you know, we would be fine borrowing that level of borrowing in the annual plan. I don't know how much is in our long-term plan because all the staff have just put all the projects in at the moment. Haven't even looked at the figures because I've been too busy with policy.
Yeah, we would like to know at some stage. Thank you.
You will.
Wait, sorry, did you just say that?
What was that, Sue? Have you finished?
I just said, we will be looking at that, the figures. That's the last thing we look at, but we want to look at the policy first and some of the principles.
Right. Okay, councillor Paniora?
Sorry, did you, just to clarify that point, so the projects that we have already agreed to, we've already got the figures for the way, because we had that in the past.
Yep.
System.
Okay, so priorities. So there's a recovery, first of all, recovery from Cyclone Gabriel, because that's why the government has given us an LTP light, to make sure we can do the backlog of work being completed. So there will, my guess is, that there will still be quite a lot of work that we've still got to complete. And then there's council putting roading as a priority. So what I've heard from the roading department is it could be 27 to 30% increase, based on the fact that there's been cost of living increases for the Londoners and the 12% through COVID. And the government's still talking about 5% over the next 2 years. So, and if you work through that, 15 million is what we spend on our repairs and maintenance at the moment on an annual basis. If we increase that, our share of the like a 30% increase would be 1.7. So you're then looking at a 4% increase to council if you want to go up to a level of service that's acceptable to, or it's an increase for our community, which is what you've said priority, dependable roading. So I'm trying to understand what you want us to do, because, and if you're committed to make roading dependable, it may mean the rates have to go up in this particular area, and it may mean we have to discount other areas. So just trying to get some indication.
Okay, can I have Larson, Madison and Howard, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't know that we've necessarily said that dependable roading is our number 1 priority. I know it's one of our 5 priorities, but I think we want to see some balance between one of our other drivers, which is affordable living, and dependable roading. So there'll be a sweet spot that we'll land somewhere there. I saw some reasonably startling figures the other day about the explosion and the cost of traffic management with our roading. And I believe that there is an incredible amount of efficiency that we can find in the delivery of our roading, and we're going through a couple of reviews around that at the moment. So the roading department might have said these are the costs, but those costs are predicated on what potentially is a pretty inefficient implementation of our contracts and our ordered works. So yes, from my perspective, yes, we want to sort out this roading situation, which is deplorable, quite frankly, but I think we might find somewhere in the middle ground, rather than going, we're going to go for a gold-plated and do it all now. We might go, well, we're going to get a good outcome, we're going to fix this up, but we're going to drive for some significant efficiencies in how we deliver it and get much better bang for our buck. So I know that doesn't really give you any guidance, but I'm just saying, is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Councillor Manderson.
Thank you, Your Honour. I think it's pretty realistic to assume that we're likely to face a change of government within a few weeks. And within a few weeks of that, we're going to likely face a real financial crisis for the country and for the world. And while you're predicting and assuming an increase in costs, in experience of economic problems in the past, I think it's more likely that those costs will be substantially reduced. Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Sue, the corollary to, no, let me go back. I agree with Councillor Larson that, you know, there are a number of areas that we've identified as our key outcomes. And yes, roading is one of those. And I think that roading is an very important one, and it is something that we would like to see progress on. But the corollary to all of this, and we talk about increases, is surely the areas where we can, as we would like to do, is make savings. And I think that whilst we'll talk about priority areas, perhaps one of the priority areas is to run alongside of this is the areas and the amounts that we can potentially make savings on. Is part of the overall package, because, you know, there's going to be give and take all the way through this. And, you know, whether we have the 27% increase in roading costs, you know, much of what's already been articulated, I think that a lot of that's already, unfortunately, built in. There'll be ways that we need to allocate priorities across our outcomes, our whole outcomes portfolio. And part of that will be funded through quite reasonable savings that I think that we have an expectation that we'll be able to make.
Good, thanks.
Did you have some comment about that, Sue?
No, we'll be looking at savings as we go through, so but
Yeah.
overheads are the big one, where we can, so, and that's why we've got it as a project this year to go through, but we have made savings over the past couple of years. I think it was up to 500,000 we took out, but I can tell you which area, and like I've got a list of which areas we took it out of, but we will be doing that same exercise as well. And there could be some savings like through Morrison Light.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lambeth.
Through the Mayor, Sue, are you suggesting that with the implementation of Three Waters and the total leaving us of our debt, because it all relates to that, suggesting that we keep some of that and use it for other projects? Is that a suggestion, or do you want us to consider it, or a possibility?
No.
Okay.
Not talking about, what I'm saying is there could be some debt left because of the fact that we have like pensioner housing as fund, and that's coming in this year. You know, and there's, I'm not sure how we funded even demolishing the $1 million that it's going to cost us to demolish Dargaville Hall. So, and there's some areas there that might be funded by debt, yeah.
Councillor Manderson.
Thank you, Your Honour. I think it's very prudent to work on the assumption that it will be soon after Christmas that you will find labour is readily available, financial costs have increased, and the availability of contractors to undertake capital expenditures will increase. It will be a very dramatic change.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, away you go, Sue. Keep going.
Okay, so next one is about, that I can highlight, is the planning investment for parks, because we know there's,
Sorry, Sue, do you mind if I just interrupt you, please, Mr Mayor?
Sure.
Just in that roading space, so, you know, the cost escalation is occurring in roading, obviously. Traditionally, over years and years and years, roading has consistently been underinvested in, and this is across New Zealand, not just the Kaipara, not just Whangarei or anything like that. So what I'm just trying to clarify what I'm hearing from you as far as direction goes. I hear that you want us obviously to make some efficiencies through the reviews that we're doing with the NTA and the roading transport network. Keep looking at efficiencies, but I'm not hearing that you want to invest more in roading. Is that a fair assumption? I'm just trying to get us a little bit more direction here, so I understand it. Sorry, so that's kind of.
Councillor Howard.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Jason, for me, I think that, as I said earlier, that we've got the 5 outcome areas, you know, and I mean, we're going to have to go through and apportion what we think relatively. But for me, certainly, there's another one up there, but roading, economic development. Economic development covers quite a gambit of options, right?
Yes.
But, you know, to me, they are going to be 2 key priority areas of which will take the greatest share of cost increases, if you like, from my point of view. And I think, for me, I want to see a quantum change in the attitude of not underfunding roading. That is going to be our remaining key issue, not necessarily opportunity, key issue. And I would certainly like to see us invest in that to make a difference.
Councillor Nair, followed by Councillor Larson, followed by Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it would be quite unwise of us to put a figure of increase, like 27% or whatever. Being on regional transport committee and dealing with roading matters, there are a lot of inefficiencies there. And if they are removed, the cost will come down as well. And also, the new look is that, and I guess, Jason, you were there as well in the meeting, that the law has changed whereby the risk-based assessment of safety cost, which is a major portion of roading, has been put in place. And it has been assured by NTA, at least their head, Jim, whatever, that we will factor that in, which means a major decrease in traffic management cost. So we can't put a figure on it. Yes, as a number of priority, if you want to put a number on it, roading is the first priority, but it doesn't mean that you'll have to invest a lot on it. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Councillor Larson, are you next?
Yeah, so in response to your question, roading is a priority, and fixing up the mess that we've got is a priority from my perspective. However, I am not of the mind to say, let's spend X million dollars more on roads and borrow it, debt fund it all. What I'm saying is, let's put some more money towards roading, but let's be cautious about that, and actually let's find those efficiencies. I believe that we have some enormous inefficiency in the way that our roading is being delivered. I think that the corporate delivery is probably giving us very bad bang for our buck. And I think that we definitely need to push to find efficiencies, both definitely in the traffic control and definitely in our maintenance and our construction. And I think bringing back control within our own organisation under our general manager to make sure that we're getting those efficiencies is going to be key. And that feeds into what Councillor Manderson is saying, is going to be some bargains to be had out there when there are thousands of excavators sitting in yards around the country, and there already are, and there will be more. We can leverage. We don't have to be might have to be a price taker, and so let's keep ourselves in a position where we can actually be responsive to getting some bargains, and at the same time getting a better delivery of services where I would come from.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Yeah, look, I just reiterate what everyone's saying about finding efficiencies. It's obvious that we need to invest in the roading, but, you know, we need to find a balance of what that's going to look like for people. And we do have to be mindful that it's this year that a lot of people's mortgages are coming off fixed rates. I've already got friends whose mortgages have gone up $150 a week. And we have to be really smart and work really well on how we can deliver these core services and the LTP. But yeah, people are doing it really tough. So we need to rein in our belts in a way and actually find as many efficiencies as we can for the next number of years, because it's, yeah. So that's my take on it. We just have to.
Thank you, Rachel. Councillor Vincent, up there with your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just my fourpence worth is that I think that as in our community outcomes, it happens that roading is the first one on the list. And I had thought that generally there was general consensus that it was our most important priority, but sounds like most others are of a different view. One boundary I would put on the pushing for extra investment is that I'd say as long as it is actually matched by a financial assistance rate rather than completely ratepayer funded improvements. So that's my fourpence worth.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Councillor Paniora.
Thank you. Our ratepayers expect and demand good roads. For years, we've underinvested in roads to the point that we're at now, and then we've been hit with a cyclone. Council is primarily, and moving forward especially, considering the future of local government review. One of our big jobs is going to be roads. Water's being taken away from us if we can't get roading right. What are we going to do? We have to invest more money in roading. It's as simple as that. We can have all the efficiencies we want, but the two are not mutually exclusive. Both are our job to find efficiencies, to get the bang for buck, and to invest, because of the cost of inflation, etc., is just a reality. It's not going to go down, it's always going to go up. We've invested, I think it's probably going to be to the tune of $1 million in the pensioner housing in Mangawhai. We don't have 10,000 ratepayers demanding us to invest in those pensioner houses, but we're not going to do the same for the roads that everyone uses. We're talking about economic growth. This fits squarely within that strategic outcome and squarely within roading, because without the roads, we don't have the economic efficiencies and developments that we want for the district. So unfortunately, we're going to need to invest more in our roading. That's just my take on it. And I quite agree with all of the comments about the efficiencies. We absolutely can find efficiencies. We need to lobby hard in terms of the just bureaucratic over, I don't know, all of these things, these different regulations and things that are put on our contractors, and then, yeah, look at renegotiating our contracts when, as you rightly point out, there's going to be people sitting around because all the work dries up. We have, thankfully, you know, deep pockets in order to really get as many contractors on board as possible and just get all of those work programs within that small window of opportunity during the economic downturn that we will see. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just remind members that the pensioner housing is to be discussed and public excluded. Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that it helps for us to reflect. We're not actually being asked here to talk about dollars or anything like that. We're talking about priorities, and maybe we actually need a bit more discussion or to provide insight for Sue and the executive team on exactly what we feel about priorities. I think that the consensus is that yes, roading is up there. It's one of them. What are the other 4 or 5 priorities? Because I have no idea at all about whether if we increased our roading allowance or our roading contribution by $5 million, would it actually make a tin pot of difference? You know, how much does actually need to make a quantum leap? So, and I think that's the next stage. But, you know, have clarity for the team on what really are our priorities, I think is the key thing. And then we start to fill in the gaps.
So through the chair, I think the next thing is to have NTA, Andy, coming to talk to you about what costs he sees going forward, what makes up the totals.
Councillor Peniora.
Workshop with Andy, is that still on the card?
CE Maris, can you?
Andy was really keen to have a workshop with us because he had some ideas around efficiencies. Is that still happening?
Okay. I think the other thing we need to consider is we've got Field Force 4 that came out of their report that was discussed this week at in Whangarei. Ash was present there, and so was Councillor Larson. So we've got things happening in this space, and we don't quite have a firm knowledge of where that's going to land at this point. How much time have we got to consider that, whether we commit more funding or whether we say, look, we're confident we're going to get bigger savings and more bang for our buck with what we do now?
Probably at least a couple of months. So we're in September now. We're producing the figures, I think, likely to be November. We might have to stretch it out, just depends on how things go. But so there's no, and we're not asking you for an answer today, it's just a briefing, and we haven't got the figures for you anyway, because our staff, the finance staff are working on the annual report and trying to finish that first.
Yeah.
And we'll soon get onto the figures and be bringing those to you so that you have a better understanding. But you don't have to make a firm decision till probably near November.
Thank you, Sue, because there is a lot of work going on in that space, and we'll get some answers relatively in the next 3 or 4 weeks. Thank you.
So the next point is about the parks and roading that I perceived was going to be quite an increase. The fact that we've only got 1 staff member involved in parks, and we need to have more. And because of the complaints and that are occurring, and also just because of the expenditure, like we found this year, that in the past, our budget has been quite small for Mangawhai. We're growing, we've got a lot more parks, a lot more development going in. We've had money put aside for our parks of all 3 parks in the past, but we haven't been putting in the repairs and maintenance budget for the Mangawhai side. And I think we might even be light on the Dargaville side as well. So I can see that there'll also be expenditure costs as a result of getting our contracts, and also staff costs and managing those contractors, and also taking a strategic view for us coming up. So I'm just highlighting that there could be some, and it could be up to 350,000, about that sort of, might be, I haven't seen the figures, but I'm assuming it'll be around about that.
So in regards to the parks, with the degree of development that's been occurring and is coming through in the future, with reserve contributions, etc., how is that structured so that may be contributing towards the parks as well?
Okay, so at the moment, the policy isn't, we just reviewed the policy about a year ago, and contributions of any development goes into a common pot, and obviously into a general reserve, and 90% goes into the area to benefit that area. So but that's for capital costs. So what I'm talking about at the moment, so we won't we won't be reviewing that policy for another 2 years, because it's every 3 years it gets reviewed. As repairs and as operational costs. Okay, so I'm highlighting.
Yeah, I mean, as a council at the moment, there's and I think you're recognising this is why you've put it in here, and I think it's important. We do have a lot more pressure to maintain these facilities. It's all very well having these facilities that are created through development and reserve contributions, but then there is the ongoing cost, which, you know, we have to consider, because otherwise they end up a junk and they become an issue. Councillor Howard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just following on from that, we have any number of plan changes coming through. Whether they ultimately get approved or not, well, is in the lap of the gods. But there is reserve and more parks, more recreational facilities, things like that. I mean, to me, the biggest thing, and I use it from the Mangawhai example of a community park there, the biggest ball that's been dropped is taking away the resource that was there to maintain the properties. And now, you know, we know that we've got the groups that have the LTOs unable in some instances to maintain their properties. They don't have the resource. So I think you've put it there. I think that strategically parks are going to become a very, very critical element, and we maybe need to have a whole new look at not just what we fund, but how we structure our governance of them.
Councillor Williams?
Thank you. So is this an area that we could possibly look at targeted rates
So
for revenue?
this item, if we get through this item, is how we fund things, and it will include, you can have a discussion at that point about
That's to come.
costs.
Okay,
I
onward.
Cool.
Oh, did you have a question, Councillor? No?
Is this question time?
Oh, I know, well,
You want one?
Sort of.
Right, so the next on, did you have a question or not?
okay, sorry, I thought you had your hand up, that was all. Yeah, carry on.
Next on my list is economic development, because that's, you know, activating growth and economic development is a big push for us this year. And at the moment, we haven't appointed a manager, so it's hampered actually having an action plans and being able to cost those action plans. So at the moment, there's nothing in there, no additional cost. And we've got a couple of months, so if you want to issue with an LTP, even though it's an LTP light, if we wanted to do any major changes or suggest any major projects, you'd go through the LTP amendment. It's quite onerous, and yeah, because it has to be audited at that stage. So it'd be really good if there are any ideas that come through by November to get them put into the plan. Okay. Then next is waste, solid waste. So that's going to have higher budgets, not till 25, 26, but that's going to be offset by household charges for waste bins, and it's in the name of improving our waste minimisation. So that's something that's coming into our budgets that you need to be aware of. It will show a jump in rates, but it's offsetting household charges. So we have to remind our residents that that's how it's being offset, even though
I've got
it's higher rates.
Councillor Manderson, Larson and Paniora. Councillor Manderson?
Thank you, Your Honour. Can I ask what provision have you made? What do you see as the probability that the rates income will only be a fraction of what you're budgeting on?
Well, that's why I'm asking you, what do I budget? If you don't want to have waste bins, then that won't increase the rates, but they'll still have the household charges. So that's what today's about, is you telling me, I'm telling you what areas I think are going to be increases. You've said you think there'll be savings in some areas, and that's great. I'm writing that down as well, but I'm talking about the increases that I see.
Thank you. I noticed that about most of the countries in the world at the moment are in financial strife. and our income is very dependent on trade, and most of our trading partners are in strife. So it really concerns me is that we're sailing as a council blithely along, assuming is that we can manage in the future. I think we should be making contingency plans for the high probability that we won't get much of the income that we're budgeting on. Thank you.
Councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, so just on this topic of waste, when you say household charges, do you mean people buying the rubbish bags at the moment?
That's correct. So at the moment they buy yellow and blue bags. That's a cost to a household. And so they're saying in those instances where we provide bins, because there'll only be certain areas that we can provide bins to, it won't be to the rural area. Those would be probably what we're looking at targeting. So the increases.
So what that means with the targeting is that those people will all be forced via a rate to pay for the bin, rather than doing what they want to do with their bags, which they can purchase on a user pays basis.
Right. So you've had this talk. This isn't a talk to have with me. This is the talk you have with the waste management plan that you adopted. Well, you haven't adopted it, well, you've adopted it for consultation, but it did include that. All I'm saying is I'm taking that because I know that you've put it out for consultation and it's in there. So
we really need to go through that process first and then decide what we're doing with it. Is that saying?
Yes, so what's happening is the process will come back to you after consultation and it is, but I'm, because of the fact that council has adopted the waste minimisation plan, I'm putting it into the LTP and advising this is what I see as the cost, but so I see it's going to be offset, but.
You understood. Councillor Paniora, did you have a question?
Yeah, it was kind of similar to what Jonathan was alluding to is, yeah, we're still going through that process, but I understand that. I guess, Mike, I've got two questions. The first is have you considered if it comes back from the process and part of it is implemented and part of it isn't, so that we still have people that can opt in and opt out? Because my understanding is that that could be an option under that. So people continuing to buy the rubbish bags and then those that do want to opt into
that happens at, and I mean, I have a bin instead of instead of buying bags. Cheaper and more efficient. But I think we'd look at Morrison, we've got, I think, consultants and looking at it. So they will be coming back to tell us if that's efficient or inefficient as well.
Okay, so then that's going to kind of run in tandem with what we've already gone out to consult on. Because wouldn't that affect it? Whether it's, because if it's inefficient then, and we've got one of the consultation options being, would you opt in to it?
Look, waste is Donna's area. I'm just taking telling you that, advising you that it could be a higher budget than I'm thinking it's going to be in at the moment because we've got something out for adoption. Okay.
Second question is, are we considering selling part of our waste to any, especially recycling and to getting more bang for buck with?
So I think when the new contract goes out, that's the time they will look at that. At the moment, we don't sell our waste. What we do is we have Northern Waste, and I'm not sure who the other.
I know.
After
I'm aware of that, and that's why it's we keep on going higher up in the budgets, but we actually have a valuable record there that we're being quite lazy and just kind of.
That's not part of our waste strategy. So we did have it as part of our waste strategy about when we had Craig Goodwin. He came in and said that might be potential for council to run it or to put that. I mean, I think that's when you go out to contract, you look at those things.
Australia is screaming out for glass that you can turn into sand and paying big money for it.
So that's not.
get these different collaborative options.
So that's what you look at in your waste strategy, because I'm only putting in that. So the next thing on here is I've indicated that there's, we're obviously going to be investing in our technology to improve our customer services. I didn't see, I think it'll be minimal increase of any, because we've got staff there, we've got budgets there. It's a matter of being smarter and getting these online services in.
So what are some of those online, what's the technology that you're looking?
Look, I'm not an IT person either, so that would have been, so I don't know what technology they're looking at. That might be Hayley, you might know.
Just, we are looking at kiosks, using for stuff.
Come to council.
And feeding digital customer service strategy.
So is that at the point of collection and disposal as well?
Yeah.
So what are the kiosks? Where are they going?
Customer services, sorry, not for the dump. Yeah, the dump is owned and operated by Customer Reviews, and we've only enforced them to have visual services.
Councillor Nair?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I just had a clarification on, whilst you don't know the budget, it's not your area, most of the items, but is it possible to have waste included in our rates and not to be on an individualized basis, have a uniform like other councils? Auckland Council, you don't have to buy these bags. It's nuisance. I mean, it's an additional responsibility for people to get all those things.
I think you're going back to the point where that Sue's making, that's in the consultation document.
No, I'm saying, can we make it in LTP as another expense, which is part of our rating exercise? Nothing to do with the who does it or who doesn't. Yeah, that's my question, yeah.
So it'll be in when we discuss targeted rates, when we come to waste and the revenue and financing, I'll have identified there that potentially going forward, we have a targeted rate for some of it and a general rate for others.
Councillor Larson?
Thank you, Your Worship. We had a conversation yesterday at our team session about the length of days that we spend in meetings. And a question for you, Your Worship, is that we've got a schedule here that says that we are having a refreshment break 10:10 after we've finished the financial strategy. We still are working on the financial strategy at 10 to 11, by which time we were going to be finished with the revenue and financing policy. And then we were having lunch at 11:50. So is there any possibility we could move this on? If there's more questions, perhaps they could come back by email or something like that. Otherwise, we could be here at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I think that's pertinent. So we'll get you to move on, and unless we have really points of clarification, we'll go to feeding back to you through email. Thank you.
Can we just touch on libraries? Because that's
Libraries the next thing. So that's another thing that I picked up as is that we want going forward for both our major communities. So there'll be costs with that. And the costs are interest costs on the library if we don't get government funding, and I don't know the Better Off funding you're still looking at and haven't finalised, but also on top of that, there's staff cost. Okay.
Okay, move on.
Okay, so this is my last page on this, and this is things that I've still got to resolve is because I don't know about the capping the rates increases, you know, whether last time at the annual plan you said 5% was, and I think the inflation is going to be 5% going forward. That's the indication we've had for the next 2 years. It's likely to be around about 5%. I'll come back to you with more information on that. And also my starting point is really unclear because I haven't built up accounts that start at the moment, got financial accounts with, I don't know where my starting point is. So going forward, I'm proposing I'll probably be talking in terms of dollars because that's easy to relate back to 450,000 so you can understand what the increases are as we go through, rather than 3% of something that's a less lesser figure. I think it's easier to talk to you in terms of that. I've talked about the staggering the depreciation, and also aiming to balance the budget and ensuring our future populations pay for some of the amenities and roads by way of DCs and FCs, and we'll be discussing that at a different time. So one of the things that still I'm unsure of, and that's probably something we'll work through once we've got the costs, is and once we get the financing plan from Three Waters. So if Three Waters tells us that they're going to save us, say, $200 for the average family with water and wastewater, I don't know what the figure is, then is the council going to feel happy to increase its costs? That way? We can make that decision later, but it's just something in the background that is a possibility, especially if you want levels of service to be returned in other areas. So that's my presentation.
Thank you.
And that one.
You want to take a break? Want to take a break now? Yeah, let's take that break now, folks. Thank you. So we'll have a 5-minute break and then continue back.
What about this?
Go.
Yep, you're on.
Let's resume this briefing. Thursday, 21st of September, and we're into revenue and financing policy, item 3. Thank you, Steve.
Okay, so this is a first for this council as well, going through how we fund and how we fund our expenditure. So the types of funding that we have are fees and charges, and you've just been through that with the annual plan, but we do get grants and subsidies, and the biggest one obviously is Waka Kotahi's subsidy on our roading. We have development contributions that fund our sewer, and we also gather contributions for some roading. I can't recall how much that is, but and there's some contributions towards Mangawhai Library as well. We also have reserve contributions, so they're from developers, and we invest that generally in our parks or toilets or on car parking and access to some pavements as well. There's targeted rates, and that's where we decide, the council decides it's to have a uniform charge for certain things and on the burden to be borne by a certain sector of our population, and then the balance is just done by general rates. And obviously we have borrowing that we do, and there might be some other funding that comes in, but generally they're the key ones. And then obviously the expenditure, we've got activity expenditure, and we've got staff costs as well, that's part of that, and then indirect expenditure, which is our overheads, and there's interest and depreciation. Okay, so the first thing we're going to talk about is these targeted rates, which are community requests that council has agreed would be targeted rates. So this year, because it's an LTP year, I got all of them to give me their accounts to talk about what they wanted for the next 3 years coming in, and to make sure what they were doing with what they were actually doing with the money. So with Dargaville and Rurawai, the maintenance of the CCTV cameras, they're wanting 50,526 exclusive of GST next year, and they've advised that it's going to increase. They want 5% more for each of the next 3 years, and it covers maintenance and replacement of 34 cameras and admin. So you had the lady talking earlier about what she's using the money for. And at the moment, they've got all new cameras, and a lot of the funding that we've got is actually going into the bank to pay for repairs, new ones that'll be in the future. They're just working up, having a base at the moment. With the Rurawai Hall, this covers maintenance and operations of the hall. They've had increasing bills, but they're planning over the next 3 years some major repairs to their hall, to do a facelift and put in a disability toilet, and they've advised that they want the rate to continue at the current level of 17,250 per annum. Mangawhai Harbour Board, I got costs from them, and I've put the detail in the presentation, covers dredging, mangrove clearance, and and legal expenses they might have. A lot of it's dredging, and they have got some money in their bank for potential breaches where they have to suddenly go in and dig. And the original loan that was guaranteed by council was about 750,000, has reduced now to 65,000, and it's $80 per property. So I've looked at their accounts too. The potential for the future targeted rates that I know of that have approached us, but we haven't done anything about it yet, and that'll depend on what council wants to do. We might be talking about those later. Bailey's Beach, we've actually been to Bailey's Beach, and they have said they're not ready to come for a targeted rate. That's for their community hall. They've indicated there could be a need at some stage. They haven't approached council yet, or they did initially, but then they pulled back. Mangawhai Museum, and I understand they're coming to see council next week. Any discussion on those?
Councillor Peniora.
Bailey's Beach, so that's for the hall, and would that be targeted at Bailey's Beach residents?
That's correct.
Councillor Lambert.
Just to follow on from that, I was under the understanding that Bailey's Beach maintenance was going to be funded from a rental property in Auckland. Was there a massive overflow with the initial build cost that it's gone or something?
I don't know I haven't got any details because they haven't brought any details to me, so.
I'll investigate a bit.
It's not a rate that we're proposing at the moment.
Right, yeah.
Sorry, follow up, sorry. Does it have to come from the community for the targeted rate for us to consider it? Because my initial thinking would be, of course, we would charge a targeted rate now. It's by the time they're ready for us to charge it, they'll need the maintenance, and then they'll be knocking on our door asking for some money. That'll allow it time to build up until they.
So through the chair, what we did was they did approach us early on and say they thought they might need a targeted rate for maintenance, and then they pulled back and said, no, they don't at the moment. So we've gone back to them and said, do you need it? And they've said no. So that's twice now.
Okay, Councillor Vincent up there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, as you might notice, I'm just switching my video off as well when I'm in between times, so hopefully you'll notice better when I do switch the screen on. So anyway, I just was commenting in relation to Ruawai Hall, which I'm a little bit familiar with, and their some history there. I'm really interested to see that they are anticipating some extra costs in terms of upgrades and so on, but they want the rate to continue at the same rate, and I support that because I would like the council to be an agency for facilitating and enabling not-for-profit groups to seek external funding rather than coming to the ratepayer every time to meeting their needs. So it seems that's the path they're on. So I endorse that rather than looking to increase the amount. That is, as long as the council can be seen as being perhaps providing some assistance with funding applications, because I think we have staff who are able to do that. Thank you. And I think actually also it's Mangawhai Harbour Restoration Society rather than Harbour Board. That was went into the Northern Harbour Board, the Mangawhai Harbour Board, I think went out of existence when the Mangawhai Lands Endowment Act was passed, what, 1966 or something? Just sharing. Thanks, bye.
I went to the Mangawhai Harbour Restoration Society meeting last night, actually, and they've got some challenging issues there, NRC and regarding the ongoing consent to continue to dredge. So there's interesting things coming up there for that community. Thank you, Sue. Okay,
So I did put a slide in there just to show you what, because it was a large amount of money, what the restoration contained, and they have got money in the bank, but they need the surplus because there will be something unforeseen that comes up. Okay, so that's the community targeted rates. So looking at the rest of the money, that once we have expenditure, we have to look at the funding principles of section, I think it is 1013. Basically, you've got to look at who's what activities, what benefits are they paying for? And look at being transparent and accountable about how we charge, look at the practicality of any policy. So, look at and making sure that we do get optimal capital usage for our money, strategic alignment, looking at the various impacts, community outcomes, affordability, minimising the effect of the change on our ratepayers, efficiency and effectiveness, legal compliance, financial prudence and sustainability. So we go through a process when we, which is section 1013, and it says that the council has to look at the community outcomes to which an activity primarily contributes, the distribution of benefits between the community and identifiable parts of the community, the period during which the benefits are expected to occur, which generally is both short and long term, and the costs and benefits of funding the activity distinctly from other activities. So how are we going to fund it, basically? And then at the end, looking at, okay, what have we got with the money rest, how are we going to the money that's left in the general rates, and how are we going to look at funding that? Do we have a differential or not? So what I'm going to do is take you through an exercise which is based on the sheets of paper that you'll have on your computer, which I don't know what page they're on, but basically it starts at a split, and it's a table under revenue. So it was in the papers, and it was about the activities we have and going through if there's anything you want to add to the tables that I had. So the outcomes. So like, for example, the first one was open spaces and facilities. I said the outcomes they relate to are vibrant communities. Who benefits? The gardens and parks are open to everyone. The urban community could benefit more by having more people using it rather than the rural community. It also benefits the health and well-being of our population. And there's minimal events hire, so we don't get much money from fees and charges, in fact, hardly any. The exacerbator is anyone who damages our reserves. And what I say in the table is we can't really define who uses the park, so we can't charge them as they come in. And no distinct, so you can't really have distinct funding unless you did it over urban and rural populations, but it's predominantly for the benefit of all our community. And I'm then proposing 100% general rates. And that's where you said just in the last discussion, should we be considering targeted rates over the communities rather than a general rate?
Well, I wasn't actually, no, I wasn't talking about a targeted rate for parks. I just said is that maybe we need to, given conversations that we had yesterday, we need to look at the strategy of governance over our parks. But we do need to definitely look at the allocation of funding because, as you quite rightly say, parks are a recreational thing that we provide, and the weight is changing from the user groups paying for maintenance through to potentially council costs, and it's just something that we've got to get on top of. So I'm not suggesting targeted rates at all.
Okay, so general rate, everyone's reasonable.
Sorry, point of
Councillor Paniora.
So you're proposing 100% general rate for parks and whatnot? That's the
Yes.
So my direction on that would be absolutely, because then we need to be really equitable across the board, and then we have to actually do an exercise on every single park and what's costing us. And there's elderly people that perhaps don't use a playground that's next to them, and then why should they be paying a targeted rate for it? When it just gets into a point where the ratepayer is going to be extremely unsatisfied. It's better for it to just fall into the general, and that's how it is as society. Sometimes you're going to pay more, than another person, use something a bit more than another person. targeting is just, not helpful for that particular exercise, I don't think.
Councillor Larson.
So my general principle, got a huge table here to go through.
Yes.
My general principle is let's keep it simple as we can.
Yep.
Where we have specific things like this Ruawai Hall or the Mangawhai Harbour Restoration Society that want these things, we'll try and facilitate them if they're fair and reasonable, but otherwise we just end up with a really complicated structure to administer, which probably costs us more than benefits.
Yeah.
And we need to harmonise some of these things and simplify them, and I'm in favour of that, so.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I'm in unison when it comes to the fact that we don't have to look around at each place and have one charge to look after everything. But can I ask you a question? When we're talking parks, we're talking toilets as well? Because that's an issue which comes up every time. That, well, that toilet is not working, it has to be LTP. And it happens even across the council.
Yeah, it includes.
So it has to be included.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Sorry?
Councillor Nair.
Yeah, thank you. No, I'm just.
Yes,
Yeah.
it does. Okay, can we move on? So we've got there,
No, have you included the toilets in there or not?
the toilet costing would be in the general rates.
Thank you.
Okay, next one is cemeteries. I'll just assume you've read it, that basically there's some independent people that benefit. That's if you're burying a family member, I wouldn't say, but that the costs are aligned to, and the rest is, it's a reserve for all, because some people walk through the cemeteries. So what we say, the fees and charges, we want to collect 70%, and that then goes through to our pricing, and general rates 30. Last year we only collected 60%, so maybe our pricing wasn't high enough. So we'll look at that when we look at fees and charges next year. But we do say when we do this when we produce this revenue and financing policy, that there can be a 10% variant. Still promoting 70% fees and charges, 30% general rates.
Councillor Pariora.
You don't happen to have any figures on hand as to what that 30% works out to be?
I haven't got them with me.
100,000, 10,000?
I haven't got them with me, Sue. But we are covering them, so I'll do that. Okay. Ruawai Hall, we've already talked about, that's 100%. Next is sports parks, and that's basically used for organised sport. A lot of the sports grounds we don't actually own, they're owned by other clubs. But if we do have some grounds, then in some of the smaller communities we've got, then basically I'm proposing 100%, because we don't seem to be collecting the 5% that we put in last year's in the LTP. I think that's been too onerous, and so I'm saying that sports park should be 100% as well.
Yep.
Okay, everyone's happy with that. We'll go to campgrounds.
Sorry.
Councillor Pariora, you have a question?
Yes, sports parks collect revenue from bookings, do they not? So why can they not cover 5%?
I don't think I can come back to you on that, but I'm pretty sure it's a small amount that we get in from that, and it doesn't quite come up to the 5%.
Oh, so we are getting some, it's just not hitting the.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Campgrounds, we're saying that should come from fees and charges or the lease. But we do know that some campgrounds don't recover, and at the last audit risk and finance, we produced a list of that, and we've got the GM customer services bringing a report through to council soon about campgrounds. Okay, but generally, I'm proposing that we basically recover all the costs, fees and charges. Open spaces facilities, which is community assistance, saying it benefits the groups, but that's what the community wants. It should be 100% general rates. And if we do get some grants and subsidies in, we obviously, it'll come from from those, because we do have some subsidies, some sporting grants that come in that we disperse. Under district leadership, civil defence, we're saying it benefits the whole community, and that should be 100% general rates. Next one is community libraries. The people that take the books out obviously benefit the most, but so we could charge everyone the books, but we don't. And we see that that's going to inhibit people actually taking out the books if we were to charge them. So we're proposing 100% general rates. And virtually, I don't think there's any fees and charges at all in the library now. So that.
Councillor Larson.
Do we not have a fines regime?
No, I think we did away with that last year.
What motivates people to comply with returning the books?
We have a problem with people not returning books. They are motivated to be library members and return it. It's kind of an answer system.
Councillor Peniora.
Is marae included in the rates remission?
So we're not onto rates remissions.
I mean, and as part of this. And things, because it,
Community libraries.
yeah, and halls.
Oh, okay, where does it say?
Shouldn't be.
I can't see where you see the word hall.
It's a community place as well, marae.
So this is the cost of the libraries. And I'm saying,
So in this table, on these tables on pages 12, there's 17. Is there a proposal for 100% similar to the community facilities, or?
right, so this isn't about remissions. We'll do remissions later. And that's
Have to fall into remissions though, is it not a community?
facility. So we don't fund community facilities on Marais. They're Marais facilities.
They're also community facilities and would be defined as a community facility.
So I'm not sure what you're referring to. We haven't had any Marais come to us and asked us to fund their.
So all of these have come and asked to fund.
Sorry, I haven't.
Maybe follow that up with a specific question by you, councillor Peniora.
That's the point, is that they haven't come. Well, then I can certainly pass to the marae and the district to come to council to ask to be added to this.
I'll come and see clarification for you later on, because I'm not sure what you're talking about. Sorry.
Talking about.
I haven't got pages.
Put that into an email question for us, so it does clarify, and then Sue can answer it later. Thank you.
Sorry, Your Worship, are we on page 4 of attachment B, or?
Page
Councillor
B.
Peniora was referring to a different page and apparently a different document, which,
It's the full agenda.
you're in
Yeah, full agenda.
I see, probably the same page.
Okay, the next one on then is regulatory functions, and that's animal control. Our LTP last time said we would only charge fees and charges of 50%. And we did have quite a low fee, and we were reluctant, the council at the time was quite reluctant for a number of years to put dog fees up. We finally put them up, and we're actually collecting an increased amount. So I'd like to be able to propose to you that we actually have 80% in fees and charges, because the people who own the dogs should be paying price, and 20% is general, basically the monitoring, that we don't obviously get fees back other than 50-50. So if you're in agreement, giving me some guidance on that, then I'll put it in.
If not 100.
Okay. Well, no,
Oh, no, not 100 out of general rate, no. Fees and charges.
okay, so I'm actually
The
going
pays.
okay. The next one is building control. So this is interesting, because we proposed 85% at the last LTP, when we only had one person doing compliance, and at that time we were way behind in our BWAFs, swimming pool functions, and also there's been a lot more I suppose, of that person's time doing more general stuff. And we've got another person that we took on to do compliance. So the work that they've been doing doesn't always get the 85%. In fact, the monitoring people who are our compliance officers, they actually are probably more like 20%. And also what we've been finding with building control in this last year is that because we have a lot more consents coming in and we're using consultants, that we've only funded 65% of the, rather than the 85% that we had in our last LTP. So I probably would propose to council that we bring that down, because it's our compliance part that we are having the issues, and we can't actually claim 85% in our fees and charges. Or else, if you're wanting 85% recovered by fees and charges, we may have to put the fees and charges up. So I'd probably propose, we brought that down to 75%. That building control is recovered 75%. And looking at others, that is, like I've looked at, I got my building manager to look at WDC Far North, and their percentages of recovery were WDC between 60 and 80 and FNDC between 40 and 60% recovery on fees and charges. So I think we're a bit high at expecting 85%.
Councillor Lambeth.
Would it be fair to say, Sue, that the compliance officers generally dealing with complaints that maybe residents aren't aware of, to sort out issues and to cover that off in a building, to make the building, it would mean that an unfair fee would be put on people who are applying for consents to cover that complaints department?
That's right.
Okay.
So my proposal is 75%. Is there any other questions about that? Because I'll bring a report that'll say 75% next time I come.
Councillor Howard.
If I may, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I look at the exacerbator, and think about that, if somebody is not doing what they're meant to have done with a consent, should we have a fee, and a significant one on non-compliance?
So through the chair, there is a fee, but a lot of the time they're going to places where people are unsure if there's a building consent or not. Then they find it's fine what they're building. They didn't need a consent because of the legislation has changed in the last couple of years, but they do get a lot of complaints. They have to investigate them. They're not always valid.
Okay.
And also they don't want to use a stick all the time. They might talk to someone about, hey, you need a consent, come to us now, or whatever, and because you're only just starting. Or where they're doing rapid building assessments, there's no money that comes in for that.
Yeah.
So and those are ongoing. Yeah.
Okay.
Question, Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I just a query on this same exacerbator, how to say it. The question is this dog control, dangerous animals and all those things is a key issue in all communities, right? And if I remember correctly, we are asking for $20,000 to spend on some dog kennel or something to hold those animals, impounded animals. Now, I read in the news in Auckland, I think they put 600 animals down, euthanasia, Auckland Council. So I'm just thinking, do we have anything like that or not? And if not, why not?
Through the chair, we do. So we're actually looking for a classification unit of kennels, which is about 15 grand or 50. And that's just to isolate any dogs that have parvo, that's that spread through the rest of the kennels. But in terms of euthanizing dogs, yes, we do that. We have a 7-day claim period when people can retrieve their animals. So it's to comply with whatever regulations we put around the animal. If they abandon the animal and they do not pay their fines or get in contact with us within 7 days, we will potential rehome through Whangarei SPCA. SPCA Whangarei do not want to take the animal and do not believe it can be rehomed, we will get the most.
So we have been doing it effectively.
Yep, we euthanize animals.
Thank you.
Good.
Okay, next up is district plan, and we're funding that. I'm proposing, we have funded it in the past through general rates. For regulatory function, the next is resource consents. That's much lower. So fees and charges is 70%. What I've found out is the actual is only 56%. And that's because of the fact that we're using consultants for most of the time because we can't get staff. So we don't cover we don't have extra money because our staff are costing us less than consultants, and we don't have that extra money to go against our overheads. So I think we still should keep it at 70% and be looking at trying to get staff. It's really important that we have our own staff on board rather than using lots of consultants, but that's what we've been forced to do. So the actual has been less. Okay. Environmental health, fees and charges, 30. So these are people like our alcohol people. The alcohol is actually really good, but it's the environmental health people. They're quite low. A lot of their work is education. Fees and charges, we only recover 30% of the expenditure in that area, and 70% is general rates. Okay.
Councillor Lemon.
Just quickly, that alcohol one, it's written into the act that it should be self-sufficient and monetary wise, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good. That alcohol is 100% fees and charges. Okay. Then the next one's monitoring of complaints. For regulatory. So this is regulatory consents. So noise, complying with the resource consents. And what we are saying is fees and charges. We actually get last year about 15% of the cost back rather than the 20%. It's 80% is proposing the same way of funding it, 80-20. So we don't get basically the general rate payer bearing more of the cost than we can recover, because a lot of the instances they go to can't be paid by fines and they're just inquiries. Next one is parking. I think it's, in actual fact, it says general rates is 100%, but there are some money that we get from infringements, which we're starting to get. We didn't have much in the past because of the fact that council didn't monitor it. So it's 100% was coming from general rates. I think it should still be 100% general rates, and we see what happens as a result of the parking and the parking monitoring we're doing at the moment, and how much we actually get from that, or before I change the policy. So I'm still saying paying 100%, the cost of this would be rated by the general rate. Next is the harbour restoration. We've talked about that. And then the one after that is governance function, and we're saying that should be general rate funded. So that's all the costs of the council meetings and having a council. The next one is the CCTV. We talked about that this morning. That's a targeted rate. Then there's the corporate services, which is long-term plans, annual plans. And we're saying, I haven't got that, but I think it's actually all general rates. There's very little fees and charges through there. Roading and footpaths. That's obviously general rates and subsidies. And I think at the moment it's whatever the subsidy is still 62%. And general rates obviously 38%. Solid waste. So what we said is that the earlier discussion we had on waste was about there's a lot we're changing in 2025. So we probably need to have two statements here about what will happen in the first year, which it will remain as general rates, because we're no bins, it's all user pays. But when it comes to 2025, what we're proposing there is that the council would provide the bins. So that would potentially be a targeted rate to those that get bins. And then the balance would go against the general rate. So I'm going to have to show that in this year, the LTP coming, because it's in year 2 of our second year. And that's dependent on the outcome of the waste management.
That's the last one.
Thank you, Your Worship. Could you clarify by what you mean by the balance would go against the general rate?
So that would be for transfer stations, public litter bins, graffiti control. There are some fills.
Oh,
They would be the
okay.
general rate. So the targeted rate would cover the recycling, the waste bin. And obviously there'll be some user pay fees because there'll be some people who opt to go to the transfer stations and dispose of their rubbish there. Okay. And I think that's that for that. Okay, so thank you very much.
Member, sorry, Sue.
I heard you, one word, graffiti control. Have we got an active team that goes around there looking after it?
There's no one here from infrastructure. I don't know that we have, I think it's part of it's in our contractors, in the contract. So where there is graffiti, we don't actively have someone on staff, but our contractors do.
So we should be highlighting to the council different bits of graffiti because there's somebody there to look after that in one of the contracts.
My understanding.
Okay, thank you.
And I have got the information you wanted, councillor Paniora. Sorry, I've just found it. It's a page I've got here. For cemeteries, you asked, the cost of the cemeteries is 214,000 and we recover 122,000. Okay. Right. So we'll just go on to the next slide. So then we start to talk about some of the other rates we've got. So when we've been saying general rates, there's lots of ways this general rates how it falls on the individual ratepayer. No, sorry, let's put this, no, not on silent. Sorry, my computer's running. Okay. So the first general rates, what we do have is a uniform annual general charge. This is basically a base level for that the council decides every single householder or property will be rated. But what we do know coming forward is that with the water, when Three Waters goes, that 800 will be too high. And so that's likely to drop. So the UAGC is likely to be at least 700, maybe even less than that. Okay, so you've got that coming, that's going to be a complication going forward. We won't be able to charge the $800 because it breaks a threshold. So we'll come back to you once we understand more about our figures, but the UAGC is likely to drop. General rates tends to cover, as we've been going through, you've heard all the different areas. It's district plan, it's roading, governance, there's some waste expenditure, there's libraries and there's grants, and that's what it covers. We have what's called a SUIP, separately something.
Used or inhabited rating unit.
Good. And we use that for wastewater and water connections only. We would propose that for solid waste so that as a targeted rate.
Okay.
But we don't use it for the uniform annual general charge. So I'll get Christine to explain that. If you can come up, Christine, thanks. I'll get Christine to explain that to us. Because I think it's if you're in a block of flats, they might only get one uniform charge for the block of flats. And that's what council decided in the past. But
I don't know if anything else needs explaining, really, if there's any question around that.
Well, it's just basically, are you happy with the way that we're charging the SUIP?
a few councils do charge their uniform annual general charge based on that separately used inhabited part. And it's just up to council whether they'd like to spread it that way or not. Just continue how you are.
Okay,
Yep.
we'll continue how we are. Oh, there's a hand gone up.
Councillor Wilson.
Councillor Vincent, you got your hand up there?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I guess in relation to that, so that's a situation where, say, if we were to be using that, is it the sewer for the uniform annual charge, that would be, say, if there was a farm that had workers' cottages on it, that each one of the houses would then attract one of those charges.
That's right. Yeah.
And there's other, I don't know about, like, for instance, the former Mangawhai Village camping ground that's now got about 70 units in it. I'm not too sure what their legal standing is, whether they would be eligible each for a UAGC, but there's a range of scenarios, aren't there?
That's right, that's absolutely right. So it comes down to the definition of what a separately used inhabited part is, and that's legally defined, and we've got that in our annual plan. And each one of those would become liable for a uniform annual general charge, as would if you've got a business and a residential property on one section. So attract one uniform annual general charge, whereas at the moment in those situations we split that across unit rather than putting it onto each of those different parts. It's quite a contentious one. A lot of councils do it though, so really,
So it's an option.
Yeah, it's an option.
For spreading.
Yeah, because I guess what it means is if there are a greater number of eligible units, that assuming that the total amount you're seeking is the same, then that would mean overall a reduction for everybody, wouldn't there?
That's right. Yes, that's what they see.
So that's something so like with this run through that you've done, Sue, is that like, have we now done that? Or because I'm not too sure how much the members have had the opportunity to actually absorb that and think about the implications in terms of the fractions of between public good and private benefit. So I'm moving on now. What's the next steps in relation to that? Like, have we dealt with this now?
So for a SUIP, you're saying you might want us to come back with some examples to tell you how we operate it at the moment and how it might change in the future at the next meeting?
Well, I'd be interested to see that. I don't know about the rest of the guys and gals.
Yeah, there is quite a lot of work involved in that, just saying. And of course we can do that, but just understand that there will be a lot of work involved in identifying the properties and a lot of uncertainty there.
Councillor,
I'd be interested in other views. So I'll back out of it now.
My view is let's just carry on with what we've currently got, because not only do you have to go and do a whole lot of work to figure out and reallocate it, it's a huge amount of staff time. There's also a huge problem with re-educating the public with how it's changed and why it's changed. And I just think I would prefer to keep it simple. It's been working.
Councillor Lambert.
You probably know the question I'm going to ask, Krista, but are you capturing a lot more of these people now? Has there been an increase in identification of sorts, especially with the commercial practice being operated in a residential area?
So we have identified additional SUIPs due to reconciliation on the wastewater charge, not with the uniform annual general charge. So that wastewater charge has been charged that way for years. And recently, in the last year or so, we did a reconciliation to ensure that we've captured them all. So we did pick up a few extra ones, but that's with so urban people, probably no problem to find those, to do these calculations on. But for the example of a farm that's got multiple dwellings on it and so forth, we'd have to be just scrubbing the data a little bit to be sure that we've got those captured. We don't have any idea on those because they're not being charged sewerage at the moment.
However, if they're on their own septic tanks, that wouldn't incur any change to them. Am I correct?
We're talking about two different things here, I think. You're talking about the sewerage charge, and the Uniform Annual General charge is a different rate altogether. That's one that we don't currently rate based on that separately used part. That's just based on one rating unit. It could have multiple properties on it. And at the moment, that one rating unit will get charged one Uniform Annual General charge, which at the moment is $800.
An example is 4 units on one property. They'll get 4, if they're in the urban area, they'll get 4 charges, but only 1 UAGC charge. So that's what we're talking about, is the UAGC.
But,
4 of those put onto that particular property, for example.
yep,
And it's easy in the town because we know, but not in the rural area.
and probably in contradiction to Councillor Larson's request, I think we probably need more information because there's more response coming back from, as more and more people are discovering in their rate bills, the increase in charge and the questioning coming through. There's a heck of a lot coming through from general ratepayer out there.
So you were saying in the rural ratepayer,
No,
you want to understand more about the SUIPs a little bit more, what it means, and whether we can spread because what you're doing is spreading the general rate burden.
yes, I fully understand it, but that individual ratepayer doesn't when they get that increase has been realised in their accounts that have come out this year. And they're going, what the heck? What's happened here? I've done this the same for years and years, and now I'm getting caught for it. So we just need some explanation on that for them.
Could you just clarify, your worship, what's changed with these people? Because we haven't changed SUIPs. So why are you suggesting that there are SUIPs showing on their rates demands?
So it's in relation to wastewater charges, which have always been based on SUIP.
Yeah.
But in a few instances, which have been highlighted to me today, we've done some reconciliation around that. In previous years, we might not have picked up potential property that's used half as a residence and half as a business. So they're 2 separately used inhabited parts, accordance with the
Wastewater.
yeah, so wastewater, they were previously charged 1 wastewater. This year, they've been charged 2 wastewaters. We were very careful with our communication.
Ouch.
Yeah.
So this isn't about this isn't about the UAGC.
No, but if you're suggesting that UAGC is charged on a SUIP basis, then you're going to have 2 UAGCs for those people who are going to pay the wastewater on a commercial and a residential. And if you bring in SUIPs for UAGCs, they're going to get charged a UAGC for their commercial and their residential as well. So it's going to make it even worse.
Yeah, so I think you're on a different item.
Well,
Okay, so we won't be pursuing anything. Take it.
Councillor No, you've had your hand up.
I'm just very confused now. I sent an email to you, so I don't know whether you get it on SUIP as well. For 2 reasons. One, obviously, you put a question what the elected members wanted existing or whether they wanted to change it. And I said, well, we need some information, what is existing and what is the change. But the other question, I think I did come across somewhere a 2 hectare kind of thing. Below 2 hectare property have a different SUIP thing and above 2 hectare.
General rate.
That's on the differential. We'll come to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it'll be worthwhile at least for elected members to know what the hell is this. Thank you.
Okay, so we can bring back a further explanation just to put it in writing so that you can understand we charge SUIPs on, what we don't, and how much work we'd have to do to try and go and identify. It would take, you wouldn't be able to implement it, I'd say, this year, but you could implement it in a year's time if we had, looked at the data. Okay. So that's just something to go away and come back to you. The next thing that I've got is how we spread the general rate is the differential. And council has two differentials, down there, I think, which, currently is 100%, for residential and lifestyle land under 2 hectares. And then we charge an extra 55% of the general rate for other land use categories, which is rural, generally it's rural type categories. So, and we put in our explanation has been that it's substantially to account for the extra costs of roading. I think councillor Paniora asked before about differentials for commercial. If we wanted to put something in here for commercial, if we believed that the general rate should be spread, that there should be some kind of differential for commercial, we'd have to look at why we're doing it. Is it because there's extra footpaths in the town, extra street lighting around the commercial area? Why are we? What is the substantiation for that?
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just clarification first. When you say 100%, do you mean 100% on top of that, or just the normal charge you're talking? And then
this is the normal. It's based on land value, and it's so it's in proportion. So rural people get charged 55% more of the general rate than a residential based on your land value.
So
because land size.
Yes.
So sorry. So this is the existing model, and are you proposing the same to go? And I don't understand that. What is the difference?
So I think this was the council at the time said that there's far more rural roads than urban roads, and so the cost should be borne by the rural people who are travelling on them, and so the cost of maintenance. That was what the council decided.
Last time, is it, or is it existing?
Last time, which is existing.
So what is the option? I have actually conflict of interest in this, but I'm just asking like that. I'm on 2.05 hectare, which means I'll be paying 100, just for, not for my sake, but just for understanding the fact. How come, it will be good to know how the land use is 155%, if it is over 2 hectare, what difference is gonna make?
Well, it depends on the size of your
Oh, sorry, then now it's the value.
I'd like to know, just, you can send an email or whatever, just like to see.
Okay, I'll send you an email.
How come the extra cost of funding comes down, if it's under, similar kind of setting, and, yeah, thank you.
Okay, so it's still, so that's the understanding. We're not proposing anything different, but you have right to ask for something different.
Yes.
Okay, and no one is, so that's good. We'll go on to the next bit. So other targeted rates that we have. Flood protection and drainage rates, there's 27 of these, and I think there might be 2 ROPO rates we're proposing to amalgamate from 2024, and Christine has been dealing with the people involved there. There's only a small number of ratepayers, and isn't there?
Yeah, we need to do that consultation yet, but it's amalgamating the A and the B, so yeah.
So it's a small amount of consultation that will be.
It's a direct targeted rate that I think there's 4 people that contribute to one of those, and they want it to be a lot. So we're looking at doing that.
Okay, and the other thing that we haven't brought to you today is forestry roads. That'll come to the next meeting because we do have some targeted rates related that we impose on forestry, those properties that have forestry on them. And obviously waste, we'll be able to confirm once council confirms the waste management. Okay, then the other thing that we can do that is different in potential, and the last council asked us to look at, was looking at land values versus capital values. And so I put there the advantages, disadvantages, and currently our system is land values. So,
Can I already have a question at this point?
I'm vehemently in opposition to capital values. The land rates for a reason. And I think we're just crossing into the boundaries of completely outside of the scope. I don't even know if it's legal to do it. I guess it is, but it's not moral.
Why?
So I'm presenting this to you because the council asked.
Presentation, then we'll have a discussion. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So there are, and what happens in New Zealand, there's, I don't know, about 80 councils. There's only about 10 of them that don't have, that don't use the capital value system. So most councils in New Zealand use that. They believe it's a fairer allocation. And it's really important that you understand if the UAGC is going to be reduced, then, which will affect how, some properties, especially well, it affects everyone, but residential, the burden will be taken off residential properties. This is another way of allocating the rates burden a slightly different way. So it might be worth your while to at least investigate it. So I can go through this presentation and maybe one of the things you might, or you've got two options. You can say, no, dead in the water, we don't want anything, or you could ask me to go away and get some more information and actually look at things, because there are some, because most councils do it. I'll give you an example. We've got New World, they would pay $36,000 more. So a lot more of our commercial and the bigger areas are paying more elsewhere of the rates burden in New Zealand than here in Kaipara, because we use land value. Utilities, they're not paying their share of the rates burden at all, because we not rating on the capital value. So there are some opportunities there to change the burden of rates, and it might be worthwhile looking at it. So I've listed there the advantages and disadvantages. I won't go through them, but I will say that the rates burden is distributed across the rate payers depending on a number of factors: property value, and the category they're in and what services are available. A change from land value to capital value would see high value land, low value improvements contribute less towards general rates, which is one of the concerns you brought up, that not everyone who has a lot of land has the money to afford the rates. And also, as Councillor Manderton has pointed out, the farmers who are, their milk products, they're not getting the money that they're thinking they're going to get from China. That this would lessen the rates on the rural properties. So this is one way that you asked me last meeting, how can we help them? And
I'll just let Sue go through it and then we'll have.
Yeah, so I think we've given you some sample properties, which we can go through, and I'll let you just talk to these ones. Well, this is your slide. Yeah, this is your slide to talk about the various the changes, because you've done this.
Yeah, so basically what that slide's showing you is the first piece shows the number of rating units, and it shows us that 46% of the district is residential rating, so just the number of rating units, this is where they sit. When we look at lifestyle properties, they're 31% of our district, and 10% sits in dairy and pasture. The rest of them make up the remainder. If we look at land value, so just the land value of properties in the district rather than the number of them, the land value, we're seeing that 35% of our district is made up of residential, 27% in lifestyle, and 30% in dairy and pastoral. The capital value, 40% of it sits, so more land value sits in our capital value for residential. Lifestyle is similar, whether you're looking at capital value or land value, and sitting at between 27 and 28%. Dairy and pastoral, when you look at capital value, is 22% compared to the land value of 30%. So basically that's just talking about, this is where our value sat in 2020. These percentages may change, but this is just giving you an overall of where our value sits within the.
So what it's showing is that if you were to choose your general rates, if you're to put it over land value, you change where the burden falls.
Yeah. The next slide
Exactly.
Okay, just at that point, can I go to questions of councillor Naya, councillor Howard, councillor Paniora?
Sorry, you cut me off.
No, I didn't cut you off. I said we'd wait for questions here. It's just running the meeting, take your turn.
Yeah,
Councillor Naya, I instruct who talks next. If I've got it wrong, I'm sorry, but that's what I've got down on my list here. Councillor Naya.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we should spend more time on this. But what I'm trying to say, based on my knowledge, capital value is being used by, say, Auckland Council. And in the banking parlance, capital value means land value plus improvement. So, and in terms of practicality, what you are doing is you are doing the same. If somebody has a land and there is a value, in my case also, I built a house there and my value has gone up. You added the cost, you got it valued and you added that. And that's what it is. So why we are having this exercise of trying to, LV can be used as CV because it's not land value you are taxing people on. You are taxing them on capital value.
No, we're not. We're taxing them on, the rates are allocated based on land value.
And
That's what I'm saying. There's 10 councils in New Zealand. We're one of them. New Plymouth's another. South Wairarapa's another. But most of the councils in New Zealand, like Auckland Council or Wellington, they tax rates based on capital value. We don't.
Sorry, so what I'm trying to say, if somebody puts a house on that land, the rates remain same?
Yes.
Not in my case. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, it may have been covered. I sort of started to get a drift that actually the main change in terms of rate take would be on commercial, even though you've got to, if we move to capital value.
That's where the slide comes in, which we haven't got to yet. That sort of shows. So what I demonstrated before is the values and the different values and how they make up our district. And this slide shows, we did a modelling exercise based on the same budget we've got now, and you can see what shifts.
So this wasn't in the original. We just put that out to you.
Yep.
Okay, we'll send it out so that you've got it, so you understand it. But you can.
Sorry,
So I am correct that commercial is the area that has the greatest impact.
Commercial and residential, well, commercial, residential, industrial, yeah, they are the main stuff.
So you're identifying New World as an example of where you've got a large commercial activity
Yep.
on a land value.
They're not paying very much in the way of rates. They might be paying towards the services they get, like the number of sewage, like wastewater, will make up a component of their rates, but they're paying only on the land value and not on their millions of dollars worth of improvements.
So that's, and other councils, when New World's looking at the businesses, the rates that we're charging are less than the rates another council might be charging.
Right, okay, point.
On it.
Okay, councillor Paniora, your turn.
Thank you. So back to my original point, I think that this is a dead duck in the water. It's an opportunity for the council to manipulate and fiddle with the numbers to get a higher proportion of the rating assessment to throw the burden, as you've already pointed out, to improvements on the land, improvements instead of the land. There's a high degree of speculation. Values also go down, as we've seen. We've just seen them lose value by 34% in the last 12 months. So it's highly speculative. We don't even know, you can get any type of registered valuation you want, and it's not going to be sometimes realistic of what's you're actually going to get for the property when you sell it in a future event.
You know,
let me finish. I just want to finish all of my points. If the reason genuinely is for utilities, then we've spent the last hour talking about targeted rates. Why don't we look at targeted rates? Why should council profit from people's hard work and money and improving their property? Yeah, we're going to take a lot of rates from businesses. Then they're going to come back with remissions. We've just talked about remissions because they can't afford to pay the rates. So then we're just going to give them remissions anyway. The costs are going to go up the lessees are going to have to foot the bill, just the same as all of our residents if they're renting the property. The gym that I go to, it's on the brink of shutting down because the lease up too much to the point where it's just cut in to the profit margins, and it's now uneconomic and inefficient to run. It's counterproductive to economic prosperity that we've talked about. We'll have shops shutting down because they can't afford to pay the increases that the lessors and the landlords are going to hand down to them because council's getting greedy and wanting more money. I'm just vehemently against this, and we need to stick to what's tried, true and tested. And we're in an economic climate where it's uncertain. So we're going to, and the other thing is the timing of this. When are we going to capture the values of the properties now that we're down 34%? And then what's going to happen when's the timing we're going to capture? Because if we're capturing it from this time that the QV done the assessments, it was up 34%. So then now we've got ratepayers paying 34% more than what their property is actually worth now today. We don't know. Yeah, that's just my.
Okay, I just think maybe a little bit education. So CV and land values are actually set through a legislative process, and it is through QV. So they are being revalued at the moment. And when properties go up or down, council doesn't receive more or less money. We always start with the budget. It's kind of backwards probably, some people would say, but we start with the budget of how much money we need from our general rate, and then we go divide it by the value of the properties. So if your property's gone up in value, we're still not going to take any more. We just take the same amount. It might mean that
So straight away it's unfair, isn't it? Because
I'm not advocating either way. I'm just trying to tell you.
Just saying that straight away off the bat, it's straight away unfair because you're saying that it's based on values, on the market value, and then you're saying, oh, well, actually, if it goes up, then we're not going to charge them more. So
I don't understand what we're saying, but we can educate some other way if you like. But look, finding it difficult to talk properly.
So you're presenting us with a range of options here to consider.
Yeah, it's not a thing of you and me or anything like that. This is just an option for you councillors to decide, understand it a little bit more, what happens with the burden. And I suspect that if you want to look at this, you may need to have some independent advice, talking you through it and showing you how things sit.
Okay.
So at this time, you asked for us to bring this to you.
Yeah.
We're saying, look, it is a good option as staff. It could be a good option given that, and to investigate further, given that we won't be able to keep the UAGC at the same level. So do you want us to investigate further or just forget about it?
Okay, I'm going to take two more questions, and I would advise councillors to consider what's been put before us, because it's a complex discussion, isn't it? And I think the rating throughout New Zealand always been a struggle to try and make it equitable, and it's always a discussion that will always be, a vigorous one. Councillor Howard, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first point I want to make is I note that the vast majority of councils, if I've heard it correctly, the vast majority of councils in this country currently rate on the basis of capital value, right, rather than land. So that says quite a lot for whatever reasons, but there is a uniformity. I think that the other aspect is that the subject rose about getting better equality across our whole district. And, I think that as we go down the track a bit, maybe we'll need some more insight as to how that might be affected. We see it by category here, i.e. commercial, etc. Paying more or making a bigger contribution. It's important that, our ratepayers are looked after as much as they can. So I think that there'll be questions there about sort of what more insights we can have, how it really, in tangible terms, benefits the equity.
So you're advocating more information next time on this?
Please.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. No, just to speak on the same lines, I would, as I said, I am all for capital value because it's easier, but in current circumstances, as Councillor Penero said, and also we should not be spending money on independent consultation and all those. We are not in a hurry to do it today. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Larson.
I think that Councillor Lambeth's arm is getting sore and he was actually.
Councillor Lambeth.
Mine's only very short. I'm having a look at that second graph there, and that's a telling point. We see, I'm just guesstimating here, but a 30% reduction in forestry rates. I'm not comfortable with that, but I'm also seeing probably around about a 30% increase in commercial rates and probably a 40 to 50% increase in industrial rates. Now, those two there, all of those businesses will be covered under the Auckland Law Society lease, where CapEx is directly related to their business. It's not going to affect the landowners or the landlords. It'll be put on those individual small businesses, and that'll bust them. It'll kill them. And we've got a town here which is quite full, and we have a high occupancy rate. And we have a look around other towns and other districts, and they've got empty shops. And that could be the telling thing. So I really want to see a real good investigation on that before we actually come in for just future discussion, because those two are critical ones. They're hairdressers, a little retail shop. They'll be ma and pa businesses, and they're going to get smashed.
Okay, so you're wanting more information?
Yes, we definitely do want more information on that. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I would like to keep an open mind about this because you're talking about UAGC coming down, and it's not a simple black and white calculation. It seems some very coarse data in the general sense across those three sectors. We actually need to see where it lands, because you might find that at the moment, like, it's not only about percentages, it's about real dollars. And what you might find, as we've seen before, is that because some land values are so low, a percentage increase of a certain amount may actually be very few extra dollars. So let's actually see some a little bit more granular detail. I think that would be useful.
Councillor Penero.
I'm happy to go away and do some readings as well whilst you bring us further information. I'm just having a look at a report. It might be the same report you're referring to. It actually says since 2007 through to 2019, 47% of councils rated on land value. It's only in the last couple of years that there's been a shift of about 20% through to that capital value. But, it's not as black and white as, that we're within the minority. We might be in the minority because it works for us, because we have, a farming district, because we have the little boutique, because we have all of these little intricacies that this works for us, and it's showing that it's proving that it's working because all of our shops are full. I'll be happy to see some more information around this. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Let's move on.
Okay, so the last thing we wanted to talk to you about was basically, I think it's the last thing on this subject, the revaluation exercise and the timetable. And then we'll come back to you when we haven't waiting for a legal opinion of what we can do about, if we do get variations between districts. So, because I think it was at the last valuation we found that the east side had a more of an increase than the west side, and therefore the rates burden changes as well. So I haven't got any answers for you today, but we'll come back to you on that. But we'll talk about the timetable. Maybe you can talk about that.
And so sorry.
Councillor Lambeth.
the critical date is the 1st of September. That's on that valuation at that date.
That's right.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, so there's all the details, which, just for your information, just the steps that we go through when we're going through revaluation. So yeah, you're right, the 1st of September has been, and so now our valuation service providers, who are QV, will be assessing all the sales that happened around that time. And because these valuations are set purely for rating purposes, they're not market values. If you want to sell a house, you do go to another registered valuer to get that. So the next key point that, I think you can hear me. The next key point that you should be aware of is that implementation date. So in January, notices will go out to ratepayers. So there's all these audit steps that we've got to get through first. Over the last year, a lot of the revaluations they use a lighting system when they're doing these audits, and a lot of councils saw them being delayed because they hadn't provided enough information. We're working as closely as we can with our valuation service provider to make sure that we don't get one of those orange lights. So in theory, and in fingers crossed, we'll be sticking to these dates and we won't be pushing these out further. Just at the moment, notices will go out advising people of their new valuations late January.
Can I ask you a quick question here? Excuse my ignorance, but this is rolled over every how many years normally?
Sorry?
Every 3 years we do it.
3 years. Okay, thank you.
So there will be some sort of big changes potentially, as there normally are. And so if everything goes through and we've got the objections all sorted out by the end of March, well, we've got them all received because people can object. So if anybody doesn't like what the evaluation notice says, then there's a process on the note that says you can object. Those dates might be wrong, but anyway, around 20 working days to that. And then once we've finished all that, the rates get set next year based on those values.
So, there is an opportunity for councillors to see the rates impacts in January, but it is in January because that's obviously when they will know the results and we can get a presentation, and it is a holiday time, I know, but that's when QV have said they can come back.
Councillor Panura?
Thank you. Do you have any hard and fast preliminary percentages for it, where it might shift?
No,
Nothing.
no idea at this stage. No,
They won't be telling us until
no, they'll
they've
tell
done the
in
work.
January. Yeah.
Okay, any further questions, councillor Nair?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on this valuation thing, it's not a costly exercise, right? Because it's mostly done desktop. I just want to know how much is the spend we do every 3 years on this valuation.
Contract with them, that's a 3-year contract, but that's all signed and operational, so I don't think it's.
So roughly, you have no idea.
I don't think I've been mentioned.
All right, thank you.
Okay, all done?
Yeah.
Okay, let's adjourn for lunch. Thank you.
Okay.
How long? Yeah,
Half an hour, is it?
half an hour.
Let's reconvene for this briefing, 21st of September 2023. And our next on the agenda is item 4, which is rates postponement and remission and rates penalty review. Thank you, Christine and Sue.
Okay, so Christine and I have been before you previously to discuss some of the rates missions that we had, and you gave us some guidance. So we put which areas they were, and also at those meetings you told us to could we do some further investigations on some types of remissions. So that's what Christine has been doing work on and is bringing you today. So she suggested some remissions in terms of boosting economic development, remission for developers, rates postponement for elderly people with incomes, and some rates remissions for social housing and Kapakāinga. And yeah, so maybe we'll just, I'll put it over to Christine to talk about what happens to other councils and does council have an appetite for it or not?
And also we're going to talk about the rates penalty regime. Yeah, that'll come last. So, well, I take it that the report's been read and the slides have actually got the summaries of the policies that we've compared to other councils. So the first one we were going to look at is a remission to boost economic development, and we've identified this may not be councils, but this is what we've identified in our searching. There could be more out there, but these are what we've found. So yeah, Gisborne, Waitomo and Stratford all have policies that assist with this, and they have varying options of what sort of rates remission they might give. Just wondering if this council was interested in putting something like that into place here. Yeah, we've given an estimate of one new commercial building per annum. Maybe an average cost would be around $4,000, but it just depends on the criteria that we set as to how easy it is for people to apply for. Did you want us to investigate this further, or?
Question, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do we have, thank you for this, but, and it's good to have that overview. Do we have anything in place at the moment?
No, we don't. That's why you asked us to come back with something.
We don't have anything. So my question would be, given the areas that we're talking about, why would we not consider, rather than rates remission, doing something in the area of resource consents and, and minimising charges on that, or fast tracking whatever else, to get their businesses up and running?
That's fine. It's probably a discussion you can have, but you'd asked us to come back with remission policy.
Okay, all right.
That's what we're here for.
Councillor Paniwara.
Thank you. So this just goes back to the point that I was raising earlier around us increasing the rates, and then on the flip side, then subsidising newcomers, and then our current businesses because someone's got to pay, right? So our current businesses are getting a double hit to cover the emissions for the newcomers when they're the businesses that have been in our community for years and years and years, and then with a 5% increase in rates, we're now revaluing the properties at 1st of September, so they're going to get another hike in their rates. Then we're looking at hiking their rates up by charging per capital value, and now we're going to say, all right, now we're going to consider to allow newcomers into the market to get a subsidy. So it's just another reason why I think the previous agenda item is, because we're tinkering too much. We're tinkering again because we're on the one hand saying we're going to do this, and then we're going to take back the effect of this. And if we do consider going through with this, go back to those graphs that you're giving us and give us the graphs based on how much we're going to subsidise these newcomers and how that's going to affect the graphs that we've seen earlier.
That's what they're saying.
Hang on. Yeah, so this is just giving us a range of options that we could consider. It doesn't mean we're going to do any of this, but for example, if you had a crying need for a dentist into Dargaville,
We've got one coming.
if you, well, you may do, but at this point we haven't. An example is that you could use that as an incentive, right, to attract particular businesses. Is that?
It depends on the criteria, because these ones are quite general. Like I know for Stratford, that what they said was they'd only remit the rates for, and it was a proportion of the rates. I think it was only 50% of the general rate for 3 years. And you had to have about 5 employees.
And be developing property to the value of $500,000. Or occupying a significant amount of investment into the property.
So we put the detail in the report there. So that's what Stratford did, because they wanted to encourage, it's just another thing to encourage people to come and develop in their district. But it was only for a certain amount of time. You can decide 1 year, that's all you're going to do it, or no years, and you don't want to do this. But that was what it was. We're just acting on the fact that you said you wanted to bring something back and this might activate growth.
Councillor Paniora?
So would this apply to, would this trickle into the lessees, the occupiers of the building? Because we're giving the remission to the building owner, but in the dentist situation, that they're going to be leasing the building. So it would depend on what the lease, what they've negotiated in the lease, because the landlord might get the benefit who lives in Auckland. And again, it's not trickling into.
No, the landlord, well, yes,
The owner.
you're right. It'd have to be where, we'd have to put there it's only owners or
Yeah, that would be the
owner
criteria.
occupiers.
Only the, but yeah, yeah.
Need to work that.
Because we wouldn't want to be giving it to landlords who are not employing the people, if that's what we're after, is employment.
Yep.
Okay, carry on. Councillor Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question is more related to the, not the fact that there should be remission. I am totally supporting it. But the mechanics of it, so up to 3 years gives you, and up to 100% give you kind of flexibility, depending on the nature, size, and how much boost it's gonna give to. Like Mr. Mayor mentioned, a dentist, it's a small investor, we will have people come in and go in. I mean, they're not stable. But if somebody is putting an industrial unit or even a commercial like New World, you're happy to go up to 3 years, or whatever, to encourage that boost. So I think it should be specific, not general on a website that we give them up to, kind of scenario, not straight off. That's my view on it, actually. But it's a good idea and totally support it. Thank you.
Councillor Lambeth?
Yeah, just to clarify here, we've got estimated cost to the council, assuming one commercial building per annum. Is that just a guess out of the, or have we done a count? Because, and I take it that is a green site, not a redevelopment of a commercial building. I just take, for example, the chemist has spent over $1 million redoing that. The sewing centre, around about $500,000 was spent refurbishing that. Those are, and there's been quite a few others. There are others going on in town where quite large refurbishments are being done to reutilise vacant buildings. And I'm just.
So Stratford and there, so the attachment B's got the details of what other people do. And Stratford say they provide rates relief for new development or redevelopment of land, where the capital works related to commercial, industrial purposes of $500,000, excluding GST, are undertaken. That's their criteria. You can set a different criteria. It's really up to council to give us the guidance as to what you'd like to see. And then if you wanted to do this, it would then go out for consultation with the ratepayers and see if.
Just a supplement to that.
Sure.
Yeah, I think probably a great idea, but when you're having a look at Dargaville and Mangawhai, they're a tale of two different cities, completely different dynamics. one's going to win and one's going to lose terribly from there. And yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? It's tricky. But
So we're looking for guidance, just a yes or no you want to pursue it, otherwise we can forget about it.
yeah, I'm thinking that Mangawhai might have about 4 or 5 new commercial buildings, and Dargaville's probably got 2 new green site buildings going up. So we're starting, and the other,
And is what you're saying is,
sorry?
so potentially we're looking at more than one is what you're saying.
Yeah, yes, most definitely.
Yeah, I've estimated just one.
But then it's that worry of that complete redevelopment and rebuilding of an existing site or existing building.
I think it comes down to what council want to encourage and how you encourage that.
Councillor Larson, followed by Councillor Howard.
I don't fully understand Councillor Lambert's point there about different towns, except that if there was a difference and we did need to have different policies for towns, I wonder whether, you know, if you look at Schedule 2 of the Local Government Rating Act, where you can rate on where the land is situated, and perhaps you can impose a rating revision policy in a differential way as well. So you know what I mean? You could impose it in Mangawhai in one way and impose it in Dargaville in another way so that it worked for both of them.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a simple question, followed by another thing, but do we actually have to write anything along in this regard into the LTP, or could we handle it on an more ad hoc basis as situations arose? Because I'm reminded that the whole issue about this is actually, and the thing about what various of us have talked about today, economically, things are going pear-shaped. But we have very clear goal and vision to develop our district. And prosperous economies, etc., thriving communities. It requires business, and we are looking to attract business. You put all of those elements together, and I think that we've got unique circumstances that probably do require or can justify something like we've asked you to come to us about. So I don't have an issue with the rationale for looking at this, but I'd be interested to know whether we do actually have to write specifics into a long-term plan or whether we could do it on a more ad hoc basis.
That's the question, yeah.
I think under the Act of the LTP, under the Local Government Act, it's a part of the LTP.
It is.
It also forms part of your revenue and financing policy potentially. So they work together. So if you do something ad hoc in between years of the LTP, you need to ensure that it doesn't impact on your funding and rating revenue and financing policy, because if it does, you then have to take that back out to consultation.
Yeah. Okay.
So Paniora.
Yeah, so actually, I do kind of have an issue with the justification behind it, because if we've got a whole lot of developments happening, are we short of developments because they're turning around and saying, oh no, we can't afford to pay 3 separate rates, so we're not going to develop. I thought that the economic prosperity was around making sure roadings, you know, in and outskirts, infrastructure and so on and so forth. To follow on from Councillor Larson's point around a differential, I'd be more inclined to agree to it if there was a differential around, well, Mangawhai foots the bill, or where's the burden of the remissions coming from that area, same as Dargaville foots the bill for the remissions, because somebody's got to pay, and I'm actually sick and tired of Dargaville having to cover Mangawhai all the time. So
Don't.
Yeah.
well,
Don't.
they do when it the last year I've been sitting here, time and time again, a lot of the changes we're making tend to have a favourable outcome for Mangawhai versus Dargaville, so I stand my ground on that statement. Please don't interrupt me. I just don't think it's fair for Dargaville to have to cover the economic prosperity of Mangawhai by giving rates remission and developments and business owners. Yeah, so if we can factor in a differential, that means that Mangawhai subsidises Mangawhai's remissions and Dargaville subsidises Dargaville's, then I think that that's fair and equitable.
I'm not sure that that's, we can look into that. I know it's not a legal thing, because I know exactly, it's all the ratepayers, one district.
Okay, we'll move on and take it that there's no positivity for or other.
So
Okay,
it's not just here.
any further questions? Okay, we will move on.
So the next one is about possible rates remission for developers. We were looking at this because you're looking at activating growth as well. And it's up to you. We thought the cost would be about $92,000. That's just an estimate that we've based on, I think, the number of lots that were developed last year.
And can we give a proportion of that between Mangawhai and Dargaville, or?
Why?
Can you just, no, you're interrupting them asking questions without putting your hand up, please. So, councillor Paniora.
Can we get a differential breakdown of that 92,000 that you've estimated between Dargaville and Mangawhai?
So the issue is that different years, it's different things. Last year, I think I explained most of the development was in Mangororoto and Kaiwaka, and there was some in Dargaville, but there was a lesser amount it was in the rural areas, so much in.
So is that where the 92,000 has come from?
No,
Did that figure get plucked from?
It came from, I think, last year's, just based on last year, but it changes from year to year, because one year will be.
Last year's where this figure came from, and it's like.
So I need some direction.
May.
No, don't worry.
No, look, if you want to ask those questions, just put it in an email, please, and we'll move on. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look,
I think it's.
for a statement,
Stop interrupting, please. Stop interrupting.
Councillor Howard interrupted and you
Councillor Howard was in line and I've asked him to ask his question.
called him out.
I have to say, I'm getting a little bit tired of this east-west dialogue that continues to drone on. I think that we had a very good discussion and guidance yesterday.
Listen, if you want to continue like that, you can leave the meeting and take some time out. I'm not going to continue that, put up with interruptions.
We had some good guidance yesterday from the facilitators about reminding us how part of our duties were looking after the whole district. I think that these points are about looking after the whole district and developing and growing the district. That's where I look at it from.
Thank you.
Next statement.
Councillor Paniora.
Just bearing in mind that there's Chatham rules in place for workshops, so we're not supposed to discuss what was discussed. I'm also tired of the east-west divide. However, the question that I've directed is relevant to the policy that we're looking at implementing and the effectiveness and the equity and the fairness in the policy, because we do have two different districts. We have one district that has skyrocketed, that we're having issues with on a daily basis around development. It's very relevant to how.
Yes, the questions you're asking, no, look, I'm going to shut this down because the questions you are asking involve answers that are quite complicated, and I've asked you to direct your questions, if you want more detail, to Sue, and she can answer them. It's a complicated issue in lots of ways. Councillor Larson?
Hang on, I haven't finished.
You've done your bit. Councillor Larson?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Yeah.
I certainly didn't see this as a Dargaville versus Mangawhai issue. I saw it as a district-wide issue that was being proposed, which was all development across the whole district. And you know, we've just had one plan change approved for 500 residential lots here. There's another plan change going through a process, and if that was granted, you're going to end up with possibly another 400 lots there. In fact, it could swing that there was great benefit for this area, but I do concur with what Councillor Howard has alluded to, is that we've got to look at the whole district, and that's what we're obliged to do, and that's how we joined the council.
So just to clarify, there's no point in me giving you a breakdown apart from information, because we can't break it down rates for emissions, because you've just clarified that we can't charge Mangawhai or Mangataroto for their rates for emissions. So you either do it for everyone as a district, or
we don't do it.
We don't do it.
Yeah.
That's the options.
Councillor Vincent, followed by Councillor Paniora, followed by Councillor Lambeth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I'd just like to look at this from a philosophical point of view, and to assist me, I'd like to ask you, Mr. Mayor, could you remind us of your opening statement when you opened a meeting at the end of last year, at the beginning of proceedings, about, it was a brief quote from an American philosopher, and I can't remember exactly how it goes. Do you know what that one was?
Look, I don't think that's part of this briefing today, Mark. I'm sorry.
Well, because the point of it, I think it was to do with treating people differently or treating them the same. And this is where we are in looking at developers and others. Should we philosophically be, I suppose it's whether we want to be wet or do we want to be dry? And I'm, I guess, on this issue inclined to be more of the dry persuasion. In other words, that if a development isn't financially viable to the point that it can support paying its rates, then perhaps it's not viable. So I'm providing another point of view. If I could remember the quote, I would have given it.
Yeah. Look, what we've got to consider here, without getting overheated about it, is we're looking at options that we can examine and further discuss. So, you know, let's keep it civil, and it's pretty straightforward.
Well, that's my intention, because I am it's just that what you said was just one sentence that encapsulated a view of things, and I think, we're all talking. I'm trying to introduce a different angle to the thing in terms of, well, should we be looking at this or not? And I'm saying, well, rather than looking at how far we go with it, I say, well, is it valid to go with it at all? That's what I want to say.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Paniora.
Yeah, I just want to say that my question was relevant, and I'm actually representing the interests of the whole district and asking this question to make sure that we arrive at a decision that is fair for everyone. And I think that certain people are getting actually heated because they're feeling that it's personal to their ward, which we need to be thinking about the whole entire district here. I hardly ever hear some councillors talking about Dargaville. It's Mangawhai this, Mangawhai that, and we're supposed to be here to represent the whole district. So maybe people need to think long and hard about why they're getting heated over a simple question as to, let's have a look at the figures we've been given in a little bit more detail. It's not a
I think when you make a personal statement where you say you're sick of Mangawhai getting preference over Dargaville, you're bringing the emotion into it.
No.
And we don't need that. We need to be talking about the whole district and how we apply what we do equitably to the district. And obviously the district does have variables, but the important thing is we work for the entire district.
Let's hope so.
Councillor Lambert.
Yeah, I've got two little things. I'm going to ask a question about developers, but firstly, I pushed the trolley over the hill, I think. When I mentioned Mangawhai and Dargaville, the difference between the two is Mangawhai's industrial is all on green sites. Dargaville is rebuilding on existing sites, pulling down, and I probably didn't explain that enough, and I've just feels as though I've thrown a fox into the chicken coop. But anyway, so that's all that was about because of the green sites in Mangawhai compared to the existing sites and rebuild sites in Dargaville.
And that's relevant. We should look at that in all further discussions that are brought towards the council regarding this.
So I just want to have a talk about developers. I don't know whether we're looking at the right end. I've worked with a lot of developers over the years, and their major gripe is when there are changes made halfway through the development and they'll go heads up $500,000. A $92,000 rebate on a development cost is nothing compared to consistency and the target being set from day one where they can budget it, rather than things that are brought in by the councils with extra drainage and all this because they're reassessing it. I'm pretty sure the developers, you know, you love them or you hate them, but without them around, you wouldn't have the stuff that goes ahead. And a lot of them, they play Texas Hold'em and they put everything into the next development, and a lot of them go belly up. So it's just a matter of whether we can create a consistency for them, that they know what the fixed costs are going to be rather than a rebate for rates. That's...
Okay, I'll take two more before we move on. Councillor Anaya and then Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, as I said, based on my experiences, I have mixed feeling about developers. And I somehow in favor of what our fellow councillor Mark Vincent said. If it is not standing on its all legs, the development, it should not go ahead. More than so, is this incentive is an incentive to those people to hold on to those developments for a long time without being occupied for speculative interest. And that's a worry. So one, we are losing, and I think residential subdivision should stand on its own and we should not be. So I'm totally against it. 0% reduction rate remission for developer, whether they're on this side or that side. We are for the same district. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that the way to make this work for economic development is not to target as land developers, whether it's residential, commercial or industrial, but to actually provide an incentive for new business to establish in the district where they are going to be employers and create economic growth here. And if we could find a mechanism, and let's not belabor that further today, but if we could find a mechanism where we use that as an incentive to bring new businesses in and businesses to develop here, we can advertise it as part of our Kaipara, the place to be platform, where we actually go, come to the Kaipara, set up your new business employing a minimum of X number of people, and you will qualify for a rates remission for your first 3 to 5 years or something. Then we bring economic activity into the benefit, rather than what Ash is quite correctly referring to as possibly incentives to land bank.
You know, I agree.
I agree.
I agree with Councillor Naya and Councillor Vincent. I think one of my major election planks was to refer to the fact that developers should pay for their development. And I think what we would be more inclined to look at, as Councillor Larson has indicated, is what happens after that with people coming to our district and how to incentivise them to start a business and do those sort of things. I think it's worthwhile at least looking at what those options might be. Councillor Paniwara.
Thank you. Rates remissions for business owners, they can go in and sign off what our other ratepayers do if they, you know, like a simple form. Could be a way to move forward on Larson's suggestion.
Okay, so that was the first suggestion, and that's fine. We'll put that in mind. We'll go to the next one now. So the next thing that we've put is rates postponement for elderly people with fixed income. And it's because we heard you say about elderly people, they're on fixed incomes, they can't always pay. If we had a policy that let them postpone it so that all the costs borne by the ratepayer, but it's deferred, and but as one of the councils that Christine's looked at. It's about 340,000 over 18 properties. So what that allows people to do, basically postpone it. We put a statutory land charge on, and once they move out of their house or a different way they move on, then we take the money then.
Councillor Panero, you had a question?
Yeah, I'm pretty supportive of that approach. We're in the game of social and elderly housing already. I feel that this is an extension of that, but that we still get the rates at the end of it. So I'm happy with that one.
Councillor Williams?
Yeah, I support it as well, and I think it would be a good option to have for the district. Definitely. With, you know, obviously the set criteria, but yeah, I think help a lot.
Okay, thanks for that.
I have.
Councillor Naya, sorry, Councillor, I missed you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's just I'm on a different angle here, I think. No, totally supportive of the concept that is postponement. The mechanics of it will like to be explained to us. I see that the only course of recovery is either sale or death. The date specified by council actually should not be there. I mean, we cannot really judge that. What's the purpose of giving a postponement if you're giving it for a year or two, or you're deciding for them? There should be a blanket, clear policy for all those people. I mean, if I could, I would say all of them should have it. How is that? Every person who is elderly doesn't pay rate, but how much is the total loss to? We will probably lose 70% of our base. So, yeah, it has to be case by case, and we have to see the mechanics of it. And I guess probably we have to work along with them to say, well, these are it's a very difficult proposition, what you're saying, till death was apart. Thank you.
Councillor Howard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a little bit torn. I'm actually in the category, but I'm wondering whether there is. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of information on what the category is and what the qualifications are for this. But I just wonder whether there's a situation where, in any of these situations, that councils still get a share of the rates, so whether it's 50% or 60%, but, you know, a contribution all the way through is continued to be made. And yes, then whether it be death or whatever else, when the property is sold, they can recoup the balance. But I think that most of these people have paid, you know, their rates or endeavoured to pay their rates. I don't see any reason why most couldn't pay a percentage. So just consideration.
Okay, thanks for that. That's very helpful. Okay, so I'm taking that as a positive, and we'll come back with a final policy with something in there. Next one is rates remission for Maori freehold land under development.
Yeah, so our policy, the law says that we need to consider, there are certain things that we need to consider when Māori freehold land is under development. Our policy doesn't specify the criteria there, and we just want to see we could formalise it, although our existing policy has gone through lawyers and been accepted as it is. I just think that it would make it clearer for people to understand how much remission we would be looking at giving if Māori land is under development. Understanding that potentially the land that's being developed is existingly unused. So it's either got a remission or it's non-rateable at the moment. Soon as you start developing the land, rates would apply. But just to incentivise that, would council be interested in looking at a policy that will step the rates throughout the course of the development, as some other councils have done? There's a few options as to what other councils have done in the paper there and on the slide.
Councillor Manderson?
Thank you, I believe that there's not a sufficient appreciation of the developer's situation if he is to make or she is to make a serious consideration of development in Kaipara. It's not as prosperous an area as many others. It doesn't have an established market in many cases, and often the technology is, relatively speaking, unproven in that area. So I think that if you want to see sufficient development, new development, you've got to have some incentives. I see no reason that the rates shouldn't be halved for the first 5 years as a distinguishing feature of an advantage they get in coming to Kaipara versus some other provinces. If you don't make it attractive, you've got the problem that most banks look askance at anything left of the highway from here to Auckland and north of the bridge. And that in development circles is known fact. You're not going to change that overnight. Thank you.
Through the chair, so I'm taking it that you're in support of the remission for business and a remission for Maori freehold land under development, because that'd be a business that they're looking.
In favour of remission for new development from whoever.
Okay.
Councillor Paniora.
Oh, thanks. Very surprising to hear that, so that's really great. Yeah, obviously in favour. Be good to have some similar policy come back to us that's commiserate with Far North's policy, as they have similar portions and issues that we have here in the Kaipara, so would be one to mirror off of. Thanks.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in favour of it, but just on admission, obviously there are many options, sliding scales over 5 years, and concurring with Councillor Mendelssohn's point, should be scaled, probably sliding scale over 5 years rather than just 1 year, because there is a time lag when you have a development. But my question is more related to what kind of development on Maori freehold land? Are you talking about development for 2 houses, or are you talking about commercial developments?
Any development.
Sorry?
Any development.
Well, that.
So land that's currently being not used at all, turning it into land that can be used, and that's for whatever reason, and that's what that would potentially cover, unless you wanted to restrict it or change criteria and say only for this situation or.
So sorry, just clarification. So then we're having different rules for 2 lands. The other developers will not have nothing as I proposed, and people.
Māori freehold land has specific, already specific law around rates. So if it's not being used, it's not rated.
Okay.
We want to encourage people to use the land so that then it's
Thank you.
effective.
It's good. Off for it.
Councillor Larson, followed by Councillor Williams.
Oh, thank you. So if the land was developed and became rateable, would those rates be recoverable, or would they remain non-recoverable?
So if you made it a postponement, then they would be recoverable. If you make it a remission, then they're not, because remission is right.
And so by what mechanism would they be recovered?
It couldn't be after 6 years.
Oh, so they couldn't be recovered?
Oh, after 6 years.
If they weren't paid.
How could that,
Excuse me, wait your turn.
how could they be recovered within the 6 years then?
Well, we would invoice for them and ask for that.
And how would you recover them?
The same as any other ratepayer.
So you would put a charging order over the land?
No,
No.
no.
So how would you recover it?
The same as any
Stop interfering, please. Your turn will come.
questioning.
Stop interfering. You're not to answer the question. The question's been asked of staff by Councillor Larson. Wait your turn.
I suppose we would just invoice them, try and get the money that way, put them to debt collectors the same way that we do anyone else, but there's no way we can put a statutory land charge on, and they may not pay. But if they've gone to the fact of coming to us and discussing with us what they're going to do, then we've got to say, you know, they've got good intentions.
Councillor Williams, you're next.
Thank you. Just, would this be for residential and commercial, industrial, so it's for all
On Maori land, yes.
purposes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Paniora.
So just to clarify, so an example of a development would be possibly the Papakoinga development that's out happening in Ahikiwi at the moment, wouldn't it? And so you would have 14, potentially 14 families living in land that council is currently not getting any income for. And those people would be living there, they would have an address for service the same as any other ratepayer in the district, and they would pay accordingly. So I find that the line of questioning around how would you recover to be inappropriate, because every other ratepayer is not asked that same question.
I don't think it's inappropriate for the councillor to ask how they will be recovered. Can I have Councillor Vincent next, followed by, sorry, Councillor Howard, followed by Councillor Vincent, followed by Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on this, and I'm thinking here about, you know, the objective of wanting to turn Maori freehold land that is not used into something more usable. And should we actually be looking at minimum numbers? I don't know whether it's 3, 5 properties to be developed or sections to be developed. And would they all have separate title?
Well, that's possibly quite a detailed question because it does depend on the development. If it's Māori freehold land and you're putting multiple properties on it, so you're thinking of houses specifically, you wouldn't normally put separate titles on those. Maybe you'll get an occupation order or something like that, so the person has their own specific area to designated.
But we could could put some constraints on or criteria saying if you're developing over 5 houses, commercial business.
We could do something different, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just following up on Councillor Pera's endorsement of the far north approach, I'd be interested to know what the Whangarei District Council's policy is, so that, you know, within a few years when we'll all be part of the one council, there would be some synergy at least in that area.
Yeah, I did actually look and I don't think I found one there, but I will have another.
I'd appreciate that, because it would give me a guide as to what would be preferable or desirable. Cheers.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Larson.
Yeah, I don't really understand what we're talking about here. I thought there were 2 different parts to the legislation. One was that if it wasn't multiple owner Maori land, that council could take a charging order, which means if the rates weren't paid, the land could be sold to recover them.
If it's not Māori freehold land.
Yeah, and if it is Maori freehold land, there is no mechanism to recover the rates because you can't get a charging order over it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. So there is a difference between the 2 situations.
Well, but we assume that people are paying, and especially if they've
And
approached.
do they pay? Because we've had large amounts of non-paid rates. I think the last figure was about 3.5 million.
But now we've got a lady who's working with iwi and with our ratepayers to discuss what they're doing with the land and whether they are actually developing their land or not, and working through remissions and also payment if there is development on it.
The second point that I would raise there is that the point that I heard asserted earlier was that other ratepayers shouldn't have to subsidise other members of the community, including developers should pay their own way. But now we're being asked, should these developers be subsidised or should they pay their own way? A bit of a contradiction, the view here. That's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, councillor Paniora.
I think we're getting a little bit spiteful now. I would think that.
Who's getting spiteful?
Stop and, excuse me, don't interrupt.
You just accused me of being.
Excuse me.
Councillor Larson, okay, you can both quieten. Let's keep the respect. He's not being spiteful. He's making relevant questions to the staff.
Okay.
You've got a question, councillor Paniora?
So I do have a question. I would think that it would be more advantageous for council to get names of those who are going to be occupying and living on the land so that rates can start to be paid on land that the rates haven't been being recovered for and will continue to not be recovered if certain incentive policies like this aren't implemented. Because quite correctly, you've pointed out, councillor Larson, that we have an inability to recover the rates, and also we have the statute of limitations, which means that those rates get written off every 6 years. Here, we're trying to develop policies that will allow those rates to be recoverable and to develop the land so that people can come back, live on the land and contribute to it. So, you know, you can't, on the one hand, complain about it, but then on the other hand, have a policy that's going to try to remove those issues and not want to go through with it because it's unfair for other ratepayers. The staff are trying here to address the issues that you repeatedly point out, both in these meetings and in your other committees that you chair and are a member of. Thank you.
Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Seems councillor Paniora is directing her address to me.
Oh, okay, I'm going to walk out and
Already sought clarification on whether the rates would be recoverable. And we have had quite clear feedback that they would not be recoverable. And now I'm being told that they would be recoverable. So I don't know where to go with that. I'm sorry. I think we need to move on.
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay, I think we got more people for than against, so we'll come back with one thing. Then vote on. Okay, the next one is rate submission for social housing in Papakainga or Kamatua housing. And we're not sure of the social housing providers that we do have in our district, but there are some councils that provide this. And we were asked to look at that along with the Papakainga. So, and it's with the Papakainga, it's less, the cost of that we know is less than 5,000, but we don't know because we know that there's only a few marae that where there is Papakainga on there, but we don't know who's there in social housing in the district.
Councillor Nair.
Yes, sir. I'm just quite nervous when you say the estimated cost is less than 5K to council for a mission. What are we talking about?
We're talking about probably a UAGC, are we?
Yeah, so basically the rates are set at the moment on land value, so the rates on the Papakainga are low. So we're not looking at a lot of rates.
So is it per unit or is it the per 5K?
Part of your rates. Yeah.
Okay.
Talking about general rates.
Yes.
So if there's any comments on that or not?
Okay,
It's just, okay.
move on.
Okay.
So is it a?
Yeah, I'm not sure if we've got any guidance on that.
Voting today, are we?
No,
But do you want us to come back?
Come back with anything or
Are we
not?
gonna do
That's
any
what we need a
work on
guidance
this?
on.
That's what we need to know.
Councillor Paniora.
love for you to bring something back to implement this remissions policy again to try to capture some rates recovery.
Okay. Okay. And penalty. Do you want to talk to that?
Oh, yeah. So there was some discussion last year around the rates penalty, and now is the right time for us to discuss whether or not you'd like to consider changing the level of penalty that we add. I've put down on that slide there, the summary of the rates, of the penalties that we have applied over the last year and what other councils do. So we're currently doing the maximum, which is 10% 4 times a year on each instalment. And further penalties, it's a little bit complex, I think, but if you have a balance owing, twice a year we'll give a penalty of 10% on that whole balance. So basically we're seeing our penalties adding a lot to the outstanding debt that we have. And we don't need to do it that way, or we can continue to do it that way. It's really up to you. I don't know if I've given you enough information. I think there is.
Councillor Pennywell, followed by Councillor Nair.
Just a quick question around, sort of just to inform, my next question, I guess, is, when will you be moving over to, electronic letters as opposed to letters in the post? Because that has a bearing on delays and receiving, the letters, and then they float around, and then
So people can,
there's a delay in paying them, or people forget about paying them.
so people can opt in to get their invoices by email now. We've been promoting that for a number of years. We've got about 26% of people in the district, maybe 29 now, who have signed up for that. But people need to come to us and opt in and say, we want to receive our rates invoiced that way. So we'll do that.
Sorry, how come they have to opt? I've never ever had to opt into any other bill I've ever received.
So the law says that we have to send you an invoice by paper unless you tell us otherwise. So if you don't tell me or tell us, the council, that you want it by electronic means, we can't. It's a simple process.
You send it by?
GST invoice can only be sent out once, so we would only do it one way or the other. So you have it,
Okay.
don't. That's an option for people. And if they've signed up for that, and we have their email address and they've got an outstanding amount, we're trying to preempt the penalty. So before we put the penalty on, we're flicking out email to anyone we can and say, hey, we haven't got your money. And we're getting quite a good response from doing that. So it's a very good encouragement for people to sign up by email, because you will get a pre-warning if penalty on.
Councillor Nair, followed by Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This area, the rates penalty is one of which blows my mind every time there's a council thing, and it appears in that section report, 500,000, 2 million or 1.5 million. Now, I have 2 questions related to the way we charge penalties. So first of all, I'm in favor of the lowest penalty possible, because it's not a deterrent. It is something, and the more you make it bigger from 5,000 to 50,000, nobody's gonna pay. It becomes more deterrent if you're having a heavier penalty. And you mentioned 10%. Is it 10% per annum or 10%
Per quarter.
Quarter.
every time? 4 times?
It's about 50% of the whole year.
I mean, this is ridiculous. And I would like to know from you how much of the penalties on an average year you have applied and how much you have recovered.
So we recover all from those who have mortgages. So every year, and the time is now that we write to all those with mortgages who haven't paid, and we say that if you don't pay, we're going to get the money from your bank, and the bank gives us the money plus the penalties.
Sure.
We don't get Maori land, freehold land, unless we've negotiated with the, if we've been able to identify and negotiated with the householder or owner.
And in the 2021-22 year, we processed about $180,000 worth of
So
pensions.
Christine, 1.6 million you applied?
Yeah.
In 1 year, how much you recovered?
Well, some of it's still outstanding, so.
Some of it's still outstanding because those without mortgages, we'd still have, and also Maori land is.
Stage amount, if we can have, out of 1.6, did we achieve 100,000 or 1 million or 500,000?
So we give a bit more of that detail.
That would be awesome. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Williams.
Thank you. I just wondered, who is the council that charges 5%? Do you know?
Yep, it's in, that detail is in, your attachment B. I believe. Sorry, I'm getting in a mess here. isn't it?
Couldn't see any detail there.
An attachment.
Out of interest.
Attachment B, yeah. You've got attachment B, I think.
Oh, here we go. Or maybe it's a different attachment. One moment, please.
So what we're wanting from you today is, do we keep the penalty the same? We've heard from councillor Nair who said no, reduce it. What?
Yeah, just to follow on, I would say, I'd like to see it reduced,
Same.
actually.
Attachment D, and it's Whangarei.
Thank you. I'll have a look.
Whangarei.
Anyway,
Okay, so it wasn't a Northland Council.
no, so attachment D's got all the details in it. It shows you who's doing what.
Councillor Howard, followed by Councillor Vincent, followed by Councillor Penrose. Did you have your hand up?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
I'm a little bit torn, confused here. I think that I want to understand more about, you know, the rates, the total penalties, but the rates outstanding. If there is a hardship factor, a genuine hardship factor, that is one issue. I mean, you don't want to have beat the old big stick where it's never going to give us a resolve. But if there is just defiant non-payment, whatever reason, that's a separate issue to genuine hardship. And I appreciate, because we've heard from council, Christine, in the past about, you know, the work that is done to try and work with people who are non-payers. I mean, I don't think that you can go to the extent as much and all as that it might be deemed a thing to do, to not have a penalty, because you disadvantage the huge majority that do pay their rates and do pay them on time as a social responsibility. So there is a requirement for some, but you know, my thoughts would be here, if they are just belligerent, just don't want to pay, there is perhaps something different I would apply versus someone who is in genuine hardship.
So just to clarify that we do, when people are in hardship, they get in contact with us and we come to an agreement with them about what they can pay, and we don't put penalties on, we stop the penalties.
They've got a payment plan.
Yeah.
We work with.
Yeah, okay.
We can't say we're going to put penalties on this and not those. It's got to.
So if I may, Mr. Mayor, so what we're saying is that 1.67 million is actually accrued from people who are defiantly not paying rates.
It's across the board. It can be people that are still having hardship, because if they haven't come to us and asked.
Oh, they haven't, okay, all right.
Potentially, but that's where our penalty remission comes in as well. So we can address some of it that way.
So what Christine is saying, because she said that she had about 180,000 that were remissions for people that were paying, so that you're down to about 1.4, and then there must be Maori land that we write off as well. Of that.
As statute barred and write-offs.
Yeah, write-offs.
Yeah, but this is just what we've applied over the last year, 1.6 million.
Okay, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just want to get a bit of a handle on things that I think Christine has answered a lot of my concerns, where someone ends up in a hole, they can't pay, and they make an approach to council, and if you work out a plan for being able to catch up over time, that would stop the pain, because I could imagine that when a penalty gets applied on top of a penalty, very quickly it could just would appear to be unattainable to catch up, and then people just give up. But at the same time, I'm okay with the idea of a 10% penalty, and nothing more, as long as someone has entered into an arrangement with the council. In budget terms, so that's, yeah, hopefully that gives a bit of a steer. In budget terms, do we budget on collecting all the rates, or do we budget on achieving income from penalties or not?
We budget on, what do we, no, I don't think we budget on collecting all the rates, but a percentage of it.
There's a provision.
Yeah, there's a provision for doubtful debts.
Okay, so is there a provision for receiving income from penalties?
Yes, we have penalties in our budget.
So like so is there any serious implications if, say, we didn't impose a penalty on a penalty?
No,
As far as the
I
budget
don't
goes?
think so.
Okay, because I do think with the stormy weather the economy is likely heading into, there are going to be people who are going to have difficulty paying their rates, and I think that a penalty on top of the penalty might well be an insult added to injury. So I'd be inclined to back off on that. But if there was an incentive for people to enter into an arrangement, then that's what I'd like to see happen too.
So you suggesting keeping the instalment penalties, but maybe not the further penalties, or would you like one further penalty but not two?
Yeah, I see that was that Thames Coromandel was on that basis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that direction.
Okay, councillor Paniora, followed by councillor Manderson.
Thank you. Don't want to take up too much time because we're pretty way behind time. Thank you, Councillor Vincent, and what he's saying, incentives to get into a time payment arrangement, and we really need to. I mean, I'm just trying to back my head and try and think of any other provider who bills every 3 months beside council, and I can't even think of anything. We have very archaic ways in which we bill to the point where by the time the percentage is put on, it's put on retrospectively on 3 months, as opposed to, if it was your power account and it was only a monthly thing. So we have to take a little bit of responsibility for the fact that we do still bill archaically, and that, I think that we need to come away as an the organisation needs to come away, and the governing body, I suppose, from factoring, being reliant on penalties as part of the budget, because it disincentivises the organisation to actually get really efficient around proactively working with customers that are continuously in default year in, year out, encouraging them to set up time payment arrangements and budgeting and whatever else. Yeah, that's my.
Councillor Manderson.
Thank you, Your Honour. I think we're making in this room a common mistake of thinking from our own situation. The people that we're seeking to attract to Kaipara are not looking from such a situation. They're looking from theirs. They can go east of the highway where property is proven to rise in value, attractive place environmentally and culturally to lend. And we have people here determined to make this place more attractive by raising all the rules and regulations and the costs of entry onto what is already a marginal choice. Smart move. So let's just imagine for a moment that we're one of the 1.7 million people in Auckland, many of whom are looking to trade down, etc. What are we doing to attract them? Oh, well, as we're not prepared to offer them money, we've got a sweeping set of rules and regulations that will attract them. Yeah, pull my other one.
Thank you.
Yeah, this requires some serious thinking. And think as one of these, imagine for a moment that you're one of these people, what are you looking for? You're not looking for all these extra rules and regulations, decisions being made for you by people with no skin in the game?
Okay, thank you. Ron, we're talking about the rates penalty regime here specifically. Whether that's a disincentive, I'm not sure. Councillor Howard, is it next?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, as far as guidance goes, I applaud the council on their approach to helping out people and offering themselves and offering the opportunity for people who are having hardship to come and talk and work out a plan. And I can't understand why people wouldn't do that. But patently, from what you've said, that there is a majority relative to the outstanding penalties that don't want to engage in that sort of discussion. Most unfortunate. So those people who do engage have a benefit. There is no penalty. You know, it's a communication, it's a responsibility thing. So as far as I'm concerned, I think that, look, I could live with a 5%. I think that I want to encourage you to keep the communications going with people who, you know, want to communicate, and we'll just have to consider with a penalty for those who just don't want to know about it.
Okay, Councillor Nair. Gordon, were you for it?
Just a quick question is, the rates remission scheme eligible for commercial, industrial, or any properties that are owned in joint titles or trusts?
Where did that come from? Sorry.
We're thinking. Rates penalties or rates remission?
Rates remissions, are they eligible, are commercial, industrial, joint titles or trust, ownerships and trusts, are they eligible for it? Is it only individuals or couples?
So the criteria basically just says ratepayers in all of our,
Okay.
I believe, so anybody who's the ratepayer.
So if you just run a scenario, for example, if someone's got say a Coomera packing business and they've had 100% of their crop wiped out, are they eligible?
We don't have a remission policy.
Will be?
I'm talking about.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Nair, last question.
Thank you. Actually, I was going to ask this guy whose shop got burnt, he was asking me whether it benefited. That's a good question. I'm okay with, I already said 5% is good, but I'm just trying to make the whole process of presentation on a monthly basis clearer. So I am on the same page as Councillor Vincent and even Pera, I think, mentioned. You should not do budget item. The penalty is not our goal. Lack of it is our goal, as Councillor Howard. So I'm in favor of not having penalties as a budget item. So you don't have to present every month to us how much you are behind in penalties or you know.
Doesn't want them on the line.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on.
So that's the last thing, I think. Yeah, now we're down to activities.
Okay.
Thank you very much, because I know it's been difficult. I mean, you know, it's a hard subject.
Okay, item 5, activity management profiles, climate risk and resilient options. Katie Simon's online, is she? Michael and
Katie's online.
Katie's online. We've got Michael and Tracy. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So we'll just speed things along. Tracy will introduce the item, do a couple of slides. Katie was due to be with us today, but she's a bit under the weather. So rather than sharing her germ, she's online today.
Back the two parts of two activities. One was open spaces and facilities. So we'll be bringing in John Burt a little later to do 42. That's district leadership, finances and internal services. And one of those topics is climate adaptation. So that's what it looks like in the old LTP. Doing those two topics again. we are.
Okay, have we got sound there for Katie? Good.
These are the two topics, and it's just portions and so coming up to the last parts of these now. Climate risk and resilience with Katie. Over to you, Katie. Are you unmuted?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Very clearly.
Oh, perfect. Lovely. Sorry. Yeah, hi, good to see you all. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. Didn't want to spread potential germs around. So I'm just gonna give a bit of an introduction to this kind of sub-activity in the larger district leadership activity. Kind of talk a little bit around the background of it, purpose, kind of why climate risk and resilience. Get into kind of the different elements of the proposed work, and then yeah, basically just seeking some initial kind of direction from council, specifically around we're presenting these three options, so around kind of direction around those options. So just getting into kind of a bit of the context, bit of background. This activity is really designed to meet kind of a suite of legislative requirements, some more direct than others, some indirect, but really around natural hazards management, looking out 50, 100 years. So council's responsibilities around that, council's LGA responsibilities around well-being, providing for the well-being, sustainable growth development of our communities, both economic development and community well-being and environmental well-being. Also around meeting our responsibilities for kind of effective proactive planning, and that's planning with our infrastructure, it's planning with our financial services, so it's services and functions, and our kind of increasing responsibilities around adaptation, resilience, mitigation, considerations and decision making. So we've kind of considered a framework of responsibilities. In some cases, I can't point to a specific statement in a specific piece of legislation and say, this is why we do this. We are looking at a whole variety and saying, this is how we're going to design everything to meet these well and to meet these in a proactive way. So that's just to give a bit of context. Also design this to meet existing commitments. We have some existing as council adopted commitments around our own climate strategy, Kaipara Kitua, and climate goals. We have adopted targets, and we have regional adopted strategy commitments and work program commitments there. So we have kind of taken that as a bit of a baseline and witnessed that. We also have some kind of existing adaptation service commitments with community adaptation planning. So we have kind of looked at that. Kind of third way we've designed this or looked to kind of set this up is really around providing support to all the other activities. So how, if we're looking at climate resilience, looking at good management of climate risk, how are we helping our roading activities, our economic development activities, open spaces and facilities, solid waste, so across, and civil defense emergency management as well. So we kind of really do provide support, and we feed into lots of different activities for their success too. Other thing we really looked at is how do we set ourselves up well to take advantage of external funding? So really, are we in a good place when opportunities come, whether it's from organizations like ICA or central government or regional council or LGFA, if there's green bonds or loans kind of opportunities where there's a set of criteria with how, as council, we have decisions or process. Let's get ourselves in a good place so we can take advantage of those opportunities for external funding. So we did consider that. And we also looked at that initial pre-engagement, you might remember came through in the July LTP presented by Jillian and Ruby. And there was in that pre-engagement kind of a call for improved or increased resilience and preparation, which is no surprise given what's happened beginning of this year. So we did kind of consider that in how we've set up a baseline and then the two other options. Yeah, so that's just a bit of context background behind this activity. Tracy, do you mind? Next slide. Ah, perfect. Look, you know. Yeah, so the attachment B in the report goes into this table in more detail. It gives it a bit more explanation, but just high level kind of bullet points of what you'd see in each one. Baseline is working from our kind of existing established adaptation services. So we have made a commitment to finish our pilot community adaptation plan in Ruawai, and also then to continue that. So by the end of LTP, every community with public infrastructure at risk to hazards, coastal hazards in particular, will have an adaptation plan that they can support. And that adaptation plan helps with infrastructure resilience. It helps guide planning. It helps with spatial planning, and it supports community development as well. So we would look to expand the work we're doing around community adaptation planning, and then getting into that implementation side of things and understanding implementation. We would look to continue to really understand hazards, so risks from natural hazards, doing risk assessments, getting that best available data, working with different entities who do provide that. So we have really strong foundation of information to support us. Continued work at a regional scale, really around finding those efficiencies. So where can we do shared services or shared tools, things that where if we're doing it, at scale, it's a lot more effective and a lot more affordable for our council than if we were to go out and embark on our own. So that's kind of looking to really get in that work program. And then, meeting, we have risk disclosure requirements, risk management requirements, sustainability. So just meeting those requirements and supporting other parts of council business to do that as well. And then finishing the delivering of our climate action plan. Really, we've designed that so that is the least resource intensive. We kind of said we're really focusing on that adaptation and resilience side of things, and the kind of mitigation stuff is much more minor. And that was kind of, so we're sticking with that kind of direction where we'd look to finish it off, but wouldn't look to expand that hugely. So that's that baseline option. And then the next option's really, it's basically just increased in support of the regional program, increased funding for tools around emissions accounting and risk understanding, enhanced support for tangata whenua engagement and involvement, and scaling up support to communities in their own low emissions transition, climate action, sustainability. So kind of having stronger community support in that way where we're working, potentially funding communities more. The second option is putting council in a much higher leadership role in adaptation. So kind of saying we really would be one of the leading councils contributing to the regional work program. That includes increased support of a regional climate resilience fund. Other big change here is that this third option would introduce more staff resourcing, so we'd be able to bring all of our emissions accounting in-house. Right now, that's externalized, so we could bring that in-house, and it's a skill we could just do in-house, which would be great from a kind of sustainable skill capacity development as council. And then the third big one here is that we would introduce, as part of the climate action plan, a fund for community action and local business action and support. So we'd be taking a much more active direct support and helping local communities, groups, and businesses. So those are the three options. Really, really high level at this point. I'm happy to speak to any of these as much as I can in more detail. But yeah, that's it from the side of things. Kia ora, thanks.
Thank you, Katie. Any questions out there? Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, thanks, Katie. Just with the costings there, what is the cost of the baseline model?
We don't have costs and finances ready at this point. I think, and Michael can jump in. That's coming when exactly, Michael? In the LTP process?
For the chair, it's coming in November, but what I can say is when the last council set up the climate change work program in the last LTP, that committed $1.5 million worth of budget across the full 10-year period. And so the baseline is essentially a continuation of that program.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. And the second question, on that coastal hazard mitigation, which I assume is sea level rise, what base climate change model are those assumptions based on?
That's thank you for that, through the chair. That's coastal flooding, permanent tidal inundation, and coastal erosion as well, so more erosion. And it is under the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, you know, councils are directed, well, through RMA, out to look out 100 years. So we do look out 100 years, and we are following best available guidance in that space. So it is sea level rise, but it's also increased intensity of storms as well, which I think is an important element to think about in terms of increased windiness, wave run up, you know, the height of waves, storm surge and swell. So those are all the factors that are considered when you look out. How is that going to, what's the potential projected impact and intensity of those events? And with sea level rise, it really depends on, it needs to be looked at contextually. So I can't, that's kind of a complicated question, but if you have specific instances you're interested in, kind of specific scenarios, I'm happy to receive those over email, and I can provide a bit more context.
Or budget, but in short, would that be what used to be called RCP 8.5?
In some situations, but again, that it is dependent on the risk situation, on the scale of development, on the location, all of that. It's so much more contextual than a blanket statement in that way. But we do work from, there is modeling that applies that projection. There's also modeling that applies different projections. So it really does depend. And that's like why Ruawai, the adaptation planning, works so well, because we're able to apply different scenarios. We will be stress testing, sensitivity testing across different scenarios. So we get much more, it allows for that context, right? Really strong decision making in that space. Yeah,
So,
but any other email?
Yep, so Katie, I'll jump in. So, through the chair, whilst we are obliged to follow central government guidance, as Katie touched on, there's a whole raft of different scenarios that we can follow. And for an example, the scenarios that we would use to assess greenfield or new greenfield development might be different to brownfield development and infield development versus development for, just talking hypothetically, a new cow shed on the edge of a riverine plain, you know, versus a new residential development. So there's a whole suite of different scenarios that would use, not just one.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Katie, I think I've said before how much I've appreciated the work being done in that Ruawai program, where I see benefits in terms of the process, which could be applied to a wide variety of situations where it's all the factors are in a dynamic movement, and they're uncertain of where it's going to end up. And also to see the community, all the factors in the community working so well together. However, part of this story, in terms of the plan you're laying out, is one element is emissions accounting. And I have to be clear that I don't think that whatever we do in this country will make a change to global warming. We import our weather, but we do produce our own pollution. And I'm wondering what the benefit of emissions accounting is for our adaptation programs.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a really good question. Thank you, Councillor Vincent. So I think I'll dial it back a little bit. So right now, emissions accounting is a tool. It's a measurement tool we're using to see if actions or change we're trying to do. Right now, it's really internal stuff, getting our own house in order, are reducing emissions. So it's basically, it's an indicator, right? It's how we measure our effectiveness of our of different initiatives. So that's one benefit, if you will. That's kind of the leading tool. We could do those things without that, but then it'd be really difficult to test the efficacy of those actions. So that's one side of things. The other side of things is from a transparency and disclosure point of view. It helps. We've set targets. We're working under these climate change goals. So for us, that's as a council, that's how we can say we are looking to see if this is working or not. So it's the measurement and it's our reporting as well. There are other opportunities absolutely for increased sustainability, thinking about it more holistically from an environmental health, from nature-based jobs, you know, economic development in that way. But it really right now is just a tool in that. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Michael.
Through the chair, look, I know we're running quite behind, but if I could just take 2 minutes to tell a little story. When I joined here 3 years ago, I heard quite a lot from residents down in Ruawai and the Raupo Basin that council had been neglecting them for a number of years and that their future is uncertain. And what's council doing to help this community? And so when the last council decided to choose the Ruawai Raupo area for the Adaptive Pathway Pilot Program, personally, I thought, you know, it's been a good little process that council and the community has been going through, and I haven't been hearing these things from the community the last year or so as we've been going through this process, because you know, across the whole district, for multiple reasons, we do have a whole lot of existing communities, existing housing in areas that are susceptible to various types of natural hazard risk, and so this whole process is about building the resilience of these existing communities to this risk. And that's a good thing.
Further questions? Thank you, Cody. I think we'll move on.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is item. I just have an item, but obviously we're going to public excluded, don't we?
Open
more items.
Open spaces? Oh, no, open spaces, sure. Okay, then we go into public.
Doing the break, eh?
Okay, John, online.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry I couldn't join you today like Katie, but yeah, so just briefly, this is talking about two parts of activities. So say they're just small parts of bigger activities. One's district leadership, finance and internal services, and that's around our property and buildings non-activity. And the other one is around open space and facilities, and that's in this session, not the it's around the Northern Wairoa Memorial Hall in Dargaville. So I'll just start off with the property activity. And so when I'm talking about property, it's what I call council's non-activity property. So it's not roads, it's not parks and reserves, and it's not the land that's used for water activities, sewage ponds and so forth. So it's the land that supports council's I guess operations outside of those areas. And so in terms of the next, I guess if we're looking at the LTP in the first 3 years of it, the next LTP, what we're proposing to include in this activity is some further reviewing around our land and whether council owns quite a bit of land, little parcels and things all over the place. And we went through quite an exercise 5 or 6 years ago and identified some that weren't really being held for any valid reason any longer, and some of those were disposed of. And so we're proposing that we'll do that activity again in the first couple of years of the LTP, and hopefully identify some land where it can be it's not really meeting any particular purpose or planned purpose and can be sold, or potentially could be sold, and then that frees up capital for use elsewhere within council. The other one that we want to look at is council's leased offices in Mangawhai. They're currently we've got leases and options that run through till October 2027, so just over 4 years from now. But it'll be just over 3 years once the LTP commences. And so just looking at what options we might have for office space in Mangawhai from 2027, whether we continue with the current ones, obviously with the agreement and consent of the existing landlords, or whether there's an opportunity to consolidate all our activities into a purpose-built building somewhere in Mangawhai. And obviously there's a whole lot of stuff that's going to happen over the next year or so that will feed into what size of building and space that we need, which we don't, that aren't currently, isn't quite clear, but hopefully will become clear over time. And on the other side, obviously we've got the Dargaville office, which council committed to prior to the commencement of this current LTP. In fact, it was 5 years ago this month that the decision to go ahead with that was made. But officers feel there's perhaps an opportunity to look if we can consolidate our footprint down and perhaps see if we can, with the agreement of NRC, our landlords, sublease some of that land, some of that building, and obviously reduce rental for council if we could find a subtenant. So that's another activity we're looking at within the first year of the LTP. And finally, we've got the former council office at 42 Hokianga Road. In the current LTP, the plan was to demolish that whole complex at some point. But we're actually proposing a modification to that. We think that it makes sense to retain the older 1960s office because we're going to continue to need that for some time. We've got a lot of records in the basement which aren't going to be digitalized for quite a while, and we're currently getting a rental income from Tororia, and so that kind of the front end of the office space is looking after itself, but the rear end is shot. It's leaky. It's now being closed to use because of high levels of mold. So we can no longer use it. More than 3 years ago, there was an estimate of $1 million to fix the weather tightness, but that cost will have only gone up. So the proposal is to demolish that in the second year of the LTP, 25-26. Yeah, so that's in terms of the council property. In terms of the Northern Wairoa building, obviously the War Memorial Hall, the plan is to proceed with the demolition of the annex later this financial year. Planning's underway for that, and obviously that's going to result in a reduction in a level of service in comparison to what existed prior to the weather tightness issues. And so what we'd like to do is in the first year of the LTP look at what other facilities might be able to be added. Sorry, second year of the LTP, just to replace some of that functionality, and I'm thinking particularly around foyer or waiting space for people when they're having a function or an event at the hall. And we're still working through how the cinema might not operate post demolition.
We could break for 5.
Yeah, let's have a quick cup of tea and come back. Take 5.
You're on.
Okay. We got sound again. Are you there, John?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Oh, yes,
Much
yeah.
better.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, I thought just I've got my headset on, so speaking into the microphone. So I understand you want me to start again from the hall?
That'd be good. Thanks, John.
Thank you. Okay, so currently the hall is not available. It's been closed because of the weather tightness issues and the deterioration of the building and mold levels. So the plan is to demolish the 1990s annex this year, the foyer part of the annex, and then reclad the old 1950s hall at the rear. We'll be retaining the committee room because that's not affected by the weather tightness issues to a great extent. So that meeting room where council was previously meeting will become available again. But otherwise, a lot of the functionality that we had in terms of the foyer will be lost. So the intention with this sub-activity is that we will look to see how that functionality can be replaced or the use of the hall enhanced, and particularly around things like kiosks or foyer space that will enable better utilisation of the of both the hall and the committee room for meetings and functions and other activities, community activities. Yeah, so just happy to take any questions on those two sub-activities that I've just ran through prior to going into the public excluded section.
Councillor Howard, followed by Councillor No.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, John. Look, I'm not familiar. I haven't been to the new offices over here, but I was going to ask a question about the potential of making some changes in there, so we had a good meeting room with all the digital connections that we need in that facility. But I think if I hear you correctly, you're saying that we'll go back to the committee room and that will be fine as our meeting room over here in the future.
Correct. Once we've completed the demolition and recladding project, that room will become available again.
And timeline?
We're probably talking about the mid part of next year before it's complete.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question is similar, but what is holding it up? Why we are not starting it soon and finishing it?
So the work's been progressing. So at the moment we're just getting finalised designs for our building consent because we need a building consent to demolish and rebuild, and they're almost complete. And the other part of the thing is we'll be bringing to council in the near future a procurement plan for securing contractors to do that work. So and then once that procurement process has been run, a contractor will be awarded and the physical works will get going. It's probably about a 30-week program. So we're expecting that will
What am I doing wrong here? I can't bring it up.
Will more than likely happen in the early part of 2024 that'll commence.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions?
Yes.
So Howard?
Sorry, John, I should have asked. So what are you anticipating as being with the new council facilities? What will be left of what we use there? Will that be absolute minimal space based on a few kiosks? Or did you say that?
Well, in terms of the foyer that you walk into, we used to walk into when you enter, so they'll all be gone, including the kitchen area and the toilets. So the only thing that will remain at the end of the process will be the 1950s hall.
Sorry, I'm talking about over the road.
Over the road. So
the new building.
The brick 1960s building at the front will remain in the medium term.
No, sorry, I'm confusing you. The new offices that we've got, right?
Mm-hmm.
The NRC building that we subleased.
Right, yes.
How much of that is going to be, do you see as ideally going to be left for us?
I don't have a feel for that at the moment. I think we'd have to do a little bit of analysis around exactly how much use it's getting, or and how much capacity we could free up. It may be that we could perhaps, I think the maximum would be perhaps 40% of what we currently have being freed up and sublet, perhaps.
Councillor
Thank you, Mr. Rowe. Just one clarification. Is there any room for negotiation on that lease, whatever 300,000 or figure we are paying with NRC, when it is expiring?
So the lease had an initial 15-year term, and so we've been in, I think, just over 18 months. So that it will go through till the late 2030s.
Oh, thank you.
Any other questions?
I've got 1,001, but I'm not going to give you the
No, yes, I will. If I may.
Councillor
I don't want to, John, so one last thing is, and this is probably outside the scope of the agenda, but damn it, we'll go for it anyway. So with what you're saying, and you did reference the potential of a facility, and we've talked about a facility, a hub in Mangawhai. Now, I know it's not the agenda, but what's your process of moving that concept along to fruition?
It's not something I'm currently leading. I understand that because the community hub is / a library. So I think it was touched on when you did the library activity. Mm-hmm. And they had a process, I think, outlined in from my recollection. Perhaps Tracy can help me with that. In the library activity of progressing some decision making around community hubs / libraries and locations and funding and so forth, and that part of the.
With respect, I wonder if actually the activity should be turned on its head, and it should be led by Future Community Hub incorporating a library, because it's very possible that one can't happen without the other.
Through the chair, we did cover that in open spaces with parks, and they are doing a process exactly similar to capture all of that.
Yep.
In the thoughts.
Okay,
It'll come back with the money part later, but yes, that was what you've already discussed.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I just wanted to make sure it was there. Thanks, Trace.
Thank you, Councillor Lambert.
Yes, through the mayor. Thanks, John. Just one quick one. Like I said, you probably heard my comment. I've got about 1,001 questions to ask about this. However, the demolition process, are you going to be doing that in light of, obviously, to keep things watertight of the old existing buildings or the existing structures and the savable ones, but are you going to be doing that in light of what a prospective future plan for it as well? I'm talking about, are you going to be taking all the concrete away? If you are, there's level entry issues into the existing building.
No. So yeah, the design obviously is taking into account how we're going to continue to enter the buildings and so forth, and so much of the concrete floor will remain. So we're demolishing from the floor up effectively.
Right.
But as you'd appreciate, there's a lot of detail in unwinding that that mess.
Yes.
Yeah, new fire systems and all that sort of thing, all part of the design. So it's quite complex.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? That's it, is it, John?
That's it for this. I say we've got one small item or a couple of small items in public excluded to discuss, just around pensioner housing.
Okay.
So we're here, we've finished the open spaces and facilities, we go public excluded now and get the team to.
Okay, so give us a second to get that sorted.
Yeah, just give us a minute to get us out of live streaming.